Alright, we got it. Okay, YouTube stream is live. YouTube stream is live. We're live. Okay, this is a late night stream. I'm sorry it's really late, but you know what Insty said? Insty was like, it's only 8 o'clock here, so I was like, okay, that's fair, so... I was like, you're right. It's 8 o'clock somewhere, so let's go, okay? It is now 10, yeah, because I took so long, but... Surely it's 8 o'clock somewhere. It's 1 a.m., you guys. Okay. So, I meet from YouTube. Okay, so today we're building the Neo80 CU. So this was sent out to me. This goes live in about 4 days. Starting price is around $210. But this is part of their CU series. It says that the Neo80 CU represents our most high-end product to date. To date. Okay, but this is everything that you'll get. So you got the tools right here. Oh god, my cup, sorry. Looks like we have a couple plates. Let's see. Did they give me all the plates? I don't think so. Looks like there is going to be wireless. Oop, they gave me 2 plates. Okay. Stabilizers. These are all the components. We already opened the color already, but we'll look at it again. Wow. You guys, YouTube chat's where it's at, because it doesn't show up on the screen, so if you have something you want to say, it won't show up. I'll see it, but it won't show up. Okay. What is it? Funny story, Diogo could not figure out what color he received. He got jade? No. He got the jade. I specifically asked for the jade, but I did not get the jade. It's on the Notion page what each content creator got. Alex got jade, Mango got jade, Lightning got jade. I got a Dusty Rose. The Dusty Rose. Not to be confused with the Ruby Rose, the Dusty Rose. This looks so good. That's the one I asked for. She was the only one to not get jade. Listen here, you turd. I'll knock you out in 20 seconds. For real. God. Okay. How's your Subaru? My Subaru's fine. See any hot-ass girls lately? Yeah, but unrelated to the Subaru, okay? Let's be very clear. No correlation. I have not had any hot lesbians come up to me and be like, nice car. Unfortunately, that has not happened to me. But if it ever does, I will be like, yeah, my Subaru. Right? You like Subarus? Anyways. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like we got the Dusty Rose. Ooh. This thing is really heavy. Negative Riz. My Subaru? My Subaru is negative Riz? What? Thing is heavy. Okay. Okay. Gosh. This thing unbuilt is 6 pounds, 6.8 ounces, or 3 kg. I am! I'm doing both units because we're multifaceted here, okay? Yeah, it was a 6.8. 8 pounds, okay? 8 pounds, 6.8. Or 134.7 ounces. This is very heavy. Very heavy. Yeah, and this is unbuilt, by the way. I need to post on Instagram. What kind of sushi? It's, you know, they're very successful, so they can do stuff like this. Isn't it great what money can buy? Super late night build. What is this? Is this OCE time? OCE friendly stream. Right? You type so weird? What do you mean I type weird? Left hand, you use thumb. Yeah, because sometimes if I don't have like a good grip, right? You're talking about like just using your thumb?
You want me to fridge your drink?
Yeah, I'll take it now.
You want it now?
Yeah, I'll take it. Yeah, Oxy, maybe you're the weird one. Connor, how do you type on your phone? Like, what fingers do you use to type?
My thumbs? Who doesn't use their thumbs? You use your thumbs. Take this.
Oxy's just calling me out for not using my thumbs.
Hey, take this. Come on.
You don't want to be in the shot. I'm trying to get you to show up on stream for Insty.
I couldn't take a step forward and put the shit on the floor.
Insty wants to see. Okay, he's gone. He hates me. Hello, Zai. Yeah, Chi Chow. Also, look. Isn't it cute? You're right. Yeah. I made it. Okay. Sorry, let me just post this on social media before I forget. Oh my gosh. It's well, okay, when you say it like that, it sounds so sussy. That sounds so bad. I know. Don't let him see that. He's gonna be like, what? Neo80 CU. Okay. Oh my god. Meep instantly like that. Thanks, Meep. What happened to the song? Sorry. I'll play my Discover Weekly. Okay, we're ready. Let's go. Alright. So today we're building the Neo80 CU. This is the Dusty Rose colorway. Apparently there is another rose, but this is the Dusty Rose. This is the latest in their CU line, alright? It's pretty heavy, it's about 8 pounds unbuilt. But yeah, so this is the top. So there is this really fancy looking badge right here, right? So TKL layout is F12. Will it have Winky and Winkyless? Let me see. Okay, yeah, so there is Winky or Winkyless. There's a total of 9 different colors. So there's black, slate blue, teal, jade, taupe gray, silver, Mont Blanc, dusty rose, and a ruby rose. So I have the dusty rose, right? Yeah, this is the top, has a nice badge. The top and bottom bezels are going to be a lot thicker than the side bezels, but nothing too crazy about the overall border of the board itself. Looks like we can already see the case screw, so it's not ball catch, right? I don't think this could be ball catch considering how heavy it is, but you do see like the case screws, so 2 on top, 2 inside, 2 on the bottom, so a total of 6 screws keeping the case together, right? Here is the side profile. Whoa! So you kind of have this like swooshy action going on. So it's interesting because there is this like almost like gap right here, or this like canyon, or this like crevice, but it does have this like nice swooshing action, and then the way that they've machined it out looks like the shadows plays really well into it. That is really cool, right? So it's almost like how would I describe it? Basically, it looks like this part is going to be a seam, but it's been machined out instead. Am I late? No, I'm late. You're just on time. But yeah, side profile, you can see the two tones, so you can see the top case, you can see the copper plate or copper piece right here. Looks like right here is not flush. The seam does go all the way up and it doesn't close. So it looks like, it almost looks like, reminds me of like a clam. Where, you know, it's like the hinge right here, but then like the rest is like slightly opened, but then it like meets at one point right there, kind of like a clam, you know how like slightly open. Or like a pistachio. That's kind of what it reminds me of, pistachio. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Like the pistachio just has like a little opening. But anyways, and then here's the back. This is a cover, I just haven't taken it off yet. But so you have your standard, you know, CU logo right here, or little emblem. right? And then we also see it on the front, right? You have 4 feet and they're square. They're the square. Give us that satisfying peel. Does it come pre-fingerprinted? Oh, you wish. No, it's sealed. Okay, that was not. That was a silent peel. Sorry. Okay, I'll wait to do that. But so on the back you can see a couple different things. So the first being that it does have this shiny weight. As you can see with the badge, you can see the whole copper part right here. And then you can see the top case, right? So there's 3 things really going on right here. And then Neo for the branding, the logo for the branding, right? And I feel like Neo has really established their, like, when you see this, you're like, that's a Neo board, right? But yeah, this is a shiny weight. It does have a cover on it that I'll take off later, or I'll take off now. Oh, so it does have that nice that nice mirror dusk weight. So there are 2, 4, 6, 7 weights. So there's brass, copper, machining mark, stainless steel, mirror silver stainless steel, mirror gunmetal stainless steel, champagne, and then this one is the dusk. So we have the mirror dusk. MJ, thank you for the prime. But yeah, it does have that very shiny finish, but then you can see it's like a nice gradient. And then here's something interesting that I noticed is that the feet are actually connected to each other, right? In the sense of like, you can see right here's a feet, but then you see it's been machined out to connect to the other feet or the respective side feet. And then you can see the same thing right here, right? So whoop, pretty cool. I don't know if you guys can see that, right? So what they could have done is they could have just not machined this part out and just did the 1, 2, but they've actually connected it like that. Neat. And then by this side profile, it should make it a little easier to like at least skirt from the bottom up. Yeah. Here is the USB port side. Oh, yeah, so you can really see the clam or pistachio thing going on here. You do have centered USB port, and then you can see more Neo branding. And then here you can see that like clam or pistachio gap. Right, almost looks like a really thick seam, but it's actually been machined out. You can see you can see the weight, right? So on the front or on the USB side, you can see top copper or middle piece and then the accent weight. So that's cool. And then, as I said earlier, this part curves in, so if you're ever trying to pick it up, your fingers could easily like hook onto this like that and pick it up, if you ever needed to. Okay. And then here is the front lip, so you can see top and then a little piece of the copper part. Pistachio or clam? I like pistachio. But like, yeah, let's open it up and see what we got. But they do give you all the tools you need, which is nice. So they went with a hidden screw or caseless screw. I feel like caseless screw can be a little misleading because you think that the case has no screws, but that just really means that the case has no visible screws, right? Caseless screw or screwless case? I would just call it no visible screws. Does a hot swap PCB support 6.2? Yes, it should. Yeah, I see a 6.2 and I see a 7U. Okay, whoop. There's a top case, so... Oh, looks like the badge actually lights up, so you can see from there. It's not just a decorative badge. Here, there's the pogo pin. You can see the screws holding it together. So there would be no need for a pogo pin if it doesn't do anything, but since it does, we can just assume it lights up. So that's cool. You can see the different mounting points, right? So you can see the 4 tabs here, 3 tabs here. It looks like it has these like little silicone inserts. I'm guessing this is their idea of like a force break right here. So you can see it does slightly protrude out, right? They have actually also put little silicone or little pads on the case, right? The case screw points to kind of dampen the metal to metal contact. So not only do you have these installed on there, but then you also have this one piece, right? So 7 mounting points, 4 on the top, 3 on the bottom. I actually feel like maybe this isn't for force break, but this more so might just be for the acoustics when it comes to the spacebar part. As like a theory. So it's interesting because if you look here, right, so this is the mid piece, and you can see that this spacebar part actually has a part that's raised up, right? So I think this not only functions as like a force brake mechanism, but also as an acoustic for the spacebar area, right? So I'll show you right here. So this is the mid piece, and you could see how the spacebar, that piece is actually elevated or raised up, right? The alphas and the stabilizers on the mid piece have all been machined out, right? For acoustics also allow for some spacing, but then if you look at the spacebar area, right, there's a tab right there that is raised, right? And the reason I'm guessing that it's not necessarily for force break is that it would be all over, but since it's in this one specific spot, right, I guess it has something to do with the spacebar part. Acoustic chamfer design with integrated force brake. Okay. Hi, Rumi. Thank you for the raid. Hello. We're doing a late night build stream. This is OCE friendly. I hope you had a good stream. Were you doing co-working? It's funny because I saw Spaceball was streaming earlier. Was it today or? I saw Spaceball streaming. I'm sorry, the days kind of blend together, but I did see that. Oh, I thought you were doing co-working. Not today, then the other day. But welcome readers, my name is Patricia. Today we're building and reviewing the Neo80. I was supposed to do it yesterday, but Final Fantasy Tactics came out and my schedule has been a mess. Like, really bad. I already have like 32 hours logged. A mess, to say the least. But, we're here. But yeah, so we were actually just deconstructing the board. So this is new, right? Front height, weight, material, model name, Neo. So it looks like the keyboard itself has a badge of all the specs, right? Maybe this is like a better way for them to like help ID the boards, but it does have a spec badge now. I wonder if it does anything, so we're gonna actually take this apart and see why this is here. Hi, Hammer. But yeah, if you're new here, my name is Patricia. We're building and reviewing a keyboard today. Rumi, if you gotta go, please take care of yourself. Thank you for bringing the raid here. It's gonna be a late night stream. I actually went to a meetup, so... And then I chugged some tea before. Yeah, so it looks like it's just a badge. So you can see it says front height, the weight, the material, and the model number. Like, it's just the badge right here. Yeah, I went to a Twitch Austin meetup. Because it was their 10-year anniversary. I know the coordinator, so she asked me if I was going to go. Ah, so they actually make this screw a little bit too small. Can we pull this out? It's okay to have this one. Austin? Yeah. Are you from Austin too? Yeah, the Stream Texas had their big meetup. I won a prize. It's funny because Drop was one of the sponsors there. And I was debating whether to move this build stream back, but I was like, I can't keep moving it. No, I didn't. Oh yeah, I'm based in Austin, so this thing is really heavy. Holy moly. Whoop. So it looks like there's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 screws to keep this on. Supposedly the Micro Center is happening for real. Yeah, so it's where the Fries used to be. I used to go to Fries all the time with my parents. Does this come out? Oh, interesting. So this is the weight, right? And then looks like for the badge, there's 2 pieces. Okay, and it's stacked. So right here, see right here? You would put it here. And this orientation matters because you can see the screw hole right there. And then this is the second part. And then you can just kind of align it like this. You can see it all fits together like a puzzle. But yeah, you have the 2 pieces, right? You have this part with the circles and then this long, like, diamond piece. Oop. This weight that I have is stainless steel, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Mirror dust stainless steel PVD, yeah. I live just a few blocks from the old Fry's, but it's never been open since I lived here. Yeah, it's been closed for many years, but I guess it depends, like, when you moved here. Okay, so we're just gonna put that back on. One thing to note is that the battery packs are underneath right here. I would flip it over, but all the screws might come out. Oh, yeah, this part's copper, but then this part is the stainless steel. But yeah, the battery components are right underneath here. It's just if I flip it over, then all these screws fall out, so you're just gonna have to take my word for it. What is this? Is there a battery pack in here too? I'm kind of curious. Oh, nope, this is just a plastic bridge. I'm guessing this is to hold the PCB part in place. But yeah. So I'm gonna check all the PCB options after we're done, but sometimes it's like really tricky because they have the battery cavities, but if you don't get tri mode, like if it doesn't, like if you have the option not to get tri mode, sometimes companies will give you different internals for those. So for example, like if you like get the solder PCB, right, then they give you like just foam to put into it. But if you get like the hot swap one, but non-tri mode, they'll give you stainless steel, or they give you the option to buy stainless steel. I'm not saying that's what they're doing here, but it is something that I'm gonna have to check afterwards to really make sure that, you know, you look at the product page. I was actually burned by not checking the product page for one of the Zoom boards recently. That was pretty frustrating. I'm not gonna lie. I built a Zoom board for a client, and apparently the wired version of the PCB doesn't support, or like didn't support the screen. And it's like, if you get the wired PCB, it will not support the screen. But one of the like biggest selling points was the screen, so it was just kind of confusing. Sometimes you really have to like read the fine print like that. And so we did catch that on another board. I don't remember which one, but it was something weird, like depending on the PCB you got, you would have to you wouldn't get like the steel or the standard weights, you get just foam, which technically shouldn't change the sound profile too much, but definitely adds to like the heft of the overall board. So just something to like keep in mind. But yeah, I'm guessing this batch does light up somehow, but we'll see. Oop, that's still so wild to me. Yeah, it's pretty crazy to me too. I was very shocked. And I reviewed that board. I guess it's just something I didn't like think about. Okay. But in terms of plates, so you have four versions or four plates. You have alu, carbon fiber, PP, and PEI. Okay. So PEI or pay just kind of reminds me of like, I feel like the Asians might know, but you know when you get like the plastic covers for like your carpet or like your car, and then over time it gets so old that it like kind of starts to like yellow over. That's kind of what the color reminds me of. But you do have this PEI, right, plate, which is one of the new ones. In addition to the new PEI plate, Fluxa Alu glossy chamfer. Okay, I see. Hey, what are you doing in my phone case? Yeah, that's another thing too, right? So here is the PI plate, right? So this is, do they like write? Okay, so PI is an emerging keyboard plate material that offers superior tenacity and stability compared to PC. Delivers a crisp, bound, and refreshing typing feel with each keystroke. So rather than using sandblasting, they did a clear coating, so it's more smooth. Okay, so this is basically their replacement of PC, right? Is what I'm gathering. I forget which board. I think it's Manta also did PI, right? But just looking at the plate itself, so you do see the cuts, right? Right above or right in between the F row and the num row. And then you also see like a cut right here between the nav cluster and the main part of the keyboard. Same thing, you can see the 4 mounting points on top, 3 on the bottom. And then you can see there's cutouts right here. This is for the case. So if you see all these like cutouts right there, those are going to be for the case screws. And then the switch right here. I'm pretty sure that's just a cycle from my Asian grandparents' old plastic carpet protector mat. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I said. That's what it reminds me of. Looks like I also got alu, but so in addition, it looks like they're offering a flex cut alu plate with a glossy chamfer. Huh. So basically it's a plate with the shiny border. But that is like a special plate, right? So this is the regular alu plate. Here you can see the cuts are slightly different from like the more plastic, right? No, they're not. They're only offering the flux cut with the glossy chamfer with the alu. So here you can see it does have more cuts actually in comparison to the softer plate, but that's because it is a softer plate. But here you can see it has like the 3 cuts versus the 1. It does still have the num row F row cut, but then in between the F keys, right, you can see there are cuts there. Around each stabilizer area, there are tiny cuts, except for this one, but this one, the big shift, the other shift. There is this big cutout. I'm guessing this is for the LED, for the badge. But yeah, the alu plate is gonna have more cuts, but then their shiny glossy chamfer one is really cool because here you can see how this doesn't have any cuts and this is like a solid. Well, the other one actually has a hole right here, so like another switch hole. And then right here, they've machined out like a planet, like the orbital, right? So same like the badge. So that's like a really fancy plate. And if you're like, why did they do that? Um, choo, 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 choo. Choo, 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 choo. Basically, the idea is it creates an exquisite aesthetic from internal components to external appearance in line with the thematic galaxy themed. They're saying that they found a balanced flex cut design that minimalizes feedback differences between zones while preserving the distinctive typing feel of the aluminum plate. And then they also added a spring. So that's what I was talking about. That's what I was talking about. So the spring that they're talking, well, actually, no, it's different. Oh, yeah, it's different. I thought they were talking about this, but here, I'll show you guys. The spring one, I think they just made it super fancy. But if you look here, so this would be the chamfer, and this is what they are talking about, the spring on the space bar. So the normal plate has a flex cut, but it's not going to be as flexy as this. And here you can see the planet. Here you can see the spring on the space bar. You can see the nice shiny chamfered edges, right? But I think this is mainly for aesthetic to kind of match like the border, the galaxy ring. But they said a lot of these cuts are on purpose. So the biggest difference here is that you have the X cut. Instead of like one big single, you have the multiple flex cuts. Here it's on all the stabilizer parts, right? And then you can see also right here, there's a lot of cuts. Yeah, so this is to fit their theme, as I was talking about. This whole part has just been cut out rather than doing the three. The spoingy right here, and then right on the bottom keys, you can see there's also flex cuts. And it looks like they've divided the alpha up into 3 different sections. So you have this part, this big part, and then this second part. So yeah, this is definitely a very flexy plate right here. Pretty interesting. Also to note is that with the flex cut, it will have the leaf spring cuts, right? But on the normal plates, it does not have that on the mounting points. There's no RGB interaction. There is. There is. That's why there's a cutout on the plate right here for the RGB. And then this has the pogo pin, so you know it connects. There's no connection on the back, but on the front there is. Okay. So that is something that's very interesting, is that the plates are very different, right? At least instead of doing like the standard flex cut, they've gone above and beyond to be like, making flex cuts artsy, right? So that would be interesting to see. So I have 2 of the plates, but there are 4 plate options, technically 5 if you want the flex cut, but in terms of materials, there's 4. And then here's the PCB. So PCB, I think I'm assuming there are 3 versions, because that's how it usually is. There's going to be a tri-mode hot swap, a solder, and then a tri-mode non-hot swap. A solder PCB non-flex cut, wired hot swap PCB non-flex cut, tri-mode ISO, tri-mode ONSI. All non-flex cuts. Okay, yeah. So there's technically 4, but it's just the difference between like if you're ONSI or ISO. So you have a tri-mode, you have a non-tri-mode, hot swap, and then you have a solder. So it's interesting. It's interesting. They didn't give me PE foam. Is PE foam not in anymore? Or is this board just doesn't offer it? Did you guys notice that? There is the switch foam or the play foam, and then there's case foam, but there's no PE foam. End of an era, yeah. Readjust. Oh my. I sit crisscross sometimes. Okay, so I have the oh, just kidding. It's just hidden. I spoke too soon. It was just well hidden. Yeah, okay, anyways, ignore me. Anyways, so this is cool. It kind of looks like bug or alien antennas right here. I think more like aliens, right? But Here you have the nice screen, a nice printed like galaxy, planet, orbit, Neo Studio. You have these tabs that they're not just like the plain Jane, they look like little alien antennas, right? With the cuts as well. No flux cuts on any of the PCBs. Here you can see this tab, or this little PCB tab. This is for the side front badge, right? It's connected via ribbon, but it does connect to the main board via Pogo right there, right? They're really trying to emphasize their branding. Good for them. I like it. I'm all for it. You just like look at the board and be like, oh yeah, that's a Neo board, right? And I feel like that's a very good thing to have, you know? Either really good or really bad. You know? Good if you have a good presence, but bad if you don't. So, you do have the switch right here. So for the hot swap tri mode, you can do steps or regular caps. It does have the indicators. It does have indicators on these keys right here, but I'm guessing this is for the tri mode part. You can do 6.257U bottom. Depending on if you want ISO, it's a separate PCB, but this one's on C. Other than that, you can split the backspace. You cannot split the right shift, but you can split the left shift. I think that's it. And then here's the back. So no physical reset button from what I can see, but no per key or RGB underglow. But here, yeah, you do see where the ribbon connector for the top badge is. But yeah, in terms of branding, very neat. Like a 67? Hi, Frank. Did you go out? I went out too. But yeah, PCB options, you have 4 options. You have two tri-mode hot swap, you have ONC ISO, you have the so the wired hot swap, and then you have the solder version. Okay. Well, it's perfect timing because we're doing a late night stream. Late night stream. So it's kind of neat because it's apparently this whole, there's like a border. So there's a border here, there's a border on the flux cut plate as well. And then one thing that they do really nicely is that there is the contrast of materials. So you can see, you know, the alu, the copper, and then the weight. So there's a contrast. You can see the silver, you know, you can see the brass, right? And you can see like the more clear finish. So another one. You just have lots of contrast material, but they've really done a good job, I think. You think so? Yeah, I took a rare selfie. I don't even know how to take selfies anymore. I feel like the selfie I took was very like 2000s. I never take selfies. In fact, this is the selfie I took today with Connor. I was like, I don't know how to smile, so we're just gonna do that. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, so I was talking about like the contrast of materials. The board has 3 mounting. You could do pour-on gasket mount, silicone gasket mount, and top mount. And playlist, if you want. But yeah. Okay, let's get this started. Let's do all the stabilizers. Yeah. I normally don't wear sleeveless but today I felt okay. I've actually been taking this new hormone supplement drink. I say it's hormone, but it's not necessarily hormones. It's just like a supplement drink for like my PCOS, and I feel a lot better. I feel a lot less bloated. Um, Sometimes it's a little hard because I have to like, you know, I have to drink it all, but I've been getting used to it. Oh, you like the bus? Yeah. I had some gummy bears. That sounds good. I'm doing 7U, by the way. Oh, I love Final Fantasy Tactics. I actually just got a samurai. Cake is my first samurai. Alva will be my second samurai. And then I'll have two dragoons. So Johnny and Ramza. And then I'll have probably one ninja. And in terms of casters, I'm still trying to figure that out. But all my melee and stuff, I've figured out. Yeah, so you're my white mage right now, but I'm trying to figure out what end class I want to make you. Because you have pretty good stats. Maybe mine. It's hard because like you want passives and abilities from different ones. So I don't know. I just spent a long time trying to steal a sword. That was hard. There's this one fight where you fight against Gafgarian and you're at like the gallows and it's a trap. And if you're able to steal his weapon, it's a very OP weapon. It's like a blood sword or something. But it's really hard. It's like 20 something percent. So what I had to do, I had to do some cheesy shit. I had to So monks have the highest base speed, so I had to take my monks, but take the thief abilities, and I had to use Ramza to tailwind or scream to make them go faster. And then even after doing that, it was still like a 27% chance. And like I'd say out of like the 15 times I attempted, only like 3 of the times was I able to grab the weapon. And then one of the times I almost completed the battle, but Ramza died, and my only people that could res are monks. And monks, their res you can't target it unless it's on the same level. Ramza had died on a singular elevated square. So I had no one who could res him. Okay? And Gafgarian was my last person I had to kill. And I was not able to kill him in time. Ramza became a crystal. And then, yeah, it was stealing. It's trying to figure out how to steal the sword, and then also how to survive the fight after that. Okay, that was rough. You remember playing the original? I remember one fight, and that was the one where I saved, and then my people obviously weren't strong enough, so I had to like, I needed to go back and train, but I couldn't, and I got stuck there. MX is just a lighter MX black. Is it lower orange or different? Did he only got 4 years? Why is, I didn't see that, but I did see like Taylor Swift is being canceled or being flamed for a new album. Why the hype? I don't know. Maybe a couple knows. Hi, Dave. Oh, oh, the Hiroses? Oh, yeah. I remember those, actually. I didn't realize they're called orange. Yeah, I mean, she came out with a new album, and they're like, damn, Taylor Swift is a mean girl. And it's like, yeah, man, she's still singing about high school loves when she's like freaking 35. Like, obviously. Smelly old cheesy patty, true. I had a fight in Final Fantasy Tactics where all my people could jump, like they could go higher altitudes. So what I did was I assassinated all the mages and then I went to higher altitudes so the knights are like, you are so high up, I cannot get to you. Meanwhile, I just used my range to pew 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 pew. They couldn't attack me and I won. It was a very cheesy strategy, but here's the orange the same. I don't think they're the same. It's similar, right? Like, cause like switches, you have to use new molds like every what few years. So maybe it's the same, but definitely not like the old molds. She's objectively just a bad person. There's only one song of Taylor Swift that I like could relate to, but that was also back when I was in high school. But now when she sings about the songs, I'm like, I can't relate to this. Hello, Eddie boy. What's up? Dave, I went out today. I socialized and now I'm tired. That's why the stream is late. You finally got it? Your name? I'm sorry, did I butcher your name in the past? I apologize. Sometimes reading comprehension is hard. Also, do you guys like you know how to like you know how to say it in your head, but when it comes to actually saying it, you like fumble? Oh, yeah, I've had it. I was supposed to build it the other day or yesterday, but I had to reschedule and I almost rescheduled again, but I was like, I need to just build it. So here I am building it. My editor's back though. He has a lot of work, but Mila Nisa? Does anyone have cherry MX orange? I do not. I'm fired from what? I went to a Twitch meetup. Chopper, I'm building a keyboard. I went to a Twitch meetup today. Got to talk to some people. Buh. I hate MX Blacks, I'm sorry. Buh. I would rather use clickies than use MX Blacks. As a UT graduate, how do you feel about Arch Manning sticking up the place? First of all, I don't like football. I only went to football games because my ex-boyfriend really liked to do that. Like, what is it with... Oh, it's gonna sound very stereotypy, but what's it with white people and going to football games? Like, I don't get it. But anyways, I just don't see the appeal of like sitting there in the sun watching and like doing the chants and stuff. Okay, I could not. Okay. Anyways, um, so first of all, I am not a football fan. Uh, Second of all, um, I would tell you what my trainer told me because I was like, "Hey, did you watch the game?" And he was like, "Patrice, I didn't even go to UT, but why the fuck is Arch Manning starting?" He's talking about the other guy. He's like, he just had, he was just out for a little bit, and then Arch Manning had one good game, and they're like, bench him, bench the other guy, bring in Arch Manning. And he's like, what the fuck? And he was like, man had one good game, replace the other guy, and these coaches aren't shit. Just, I'm like, oh, okay. So I might not feel anything about it, but my trainer feels something about it, so. I'm just going to echo my trainer's sentiments. You know what was acceptable? Is watching basketball. Because at least that's indoors. It's like football, it's like... I'm choking on my... the pearls. Boba. I think one of the most annoying things was sitting in the student section at football games. And it's like, what do you mean I have to stand up every other minute to, like, do the song or to, like, cheer? And, like, they don't let you sit down. They're like, if you're in the student section, you need to be up and cheering. Like, you need to be hyping. I'm like, what the heck? Just let me sit and be sad. I just like football. Listen, my high school football team, complete trash. I went to school the year after Colt, whatever his name was, and the other guy who's really good at kicking was. Like, they were on track to winning the whole thing, but then he got injured. Okay? Colt McCoy, yeah. And then I was after that. Okay? And we sucked ass, so maybe if my football teams growing up were good and didn't fumble, maybe I would feel more like, yeah, but no. And plus, I had class with Colt's brother. Total asshole, okay? Like, I'm like, you are our quarterback? Damn, that sucks. Yeah, Colt McCoy's brother was in one of my classes. And then he like, once he pulled that shit like, don't you know who I am? I'm like, no, I don't know who the fuck you are. Like, what? Get out of here. And he wasn't even good. It's like, you could be an asshole if you're really good. But, like, if you're really good, if you're an asshole but you're really good, whatever, right? But if you're an asshole and you're not good, it's like, Patty, you should use my formula for sports enjoyment. A sport is fun to watch on an experiment factor of both the size of a ball versus the violence of the sport. Football is very violent but big ball. Gold, small ass ball, but oh, golf, small ass ball, no violence. Huh? I mean, I don't. The sports I like watching ice skating, and I like watching gymnastics, and synchronized swimming, diving. What else? So you're saying if you prove yourself as better than other males, you can be an asshole? I mean, not necessarily, but if you're gonna talk the talk, you gotta walk the walk, you know? Like, that's all I'm saying. Professionally eating? I don't know, because you're not really eating at that point. You're just eating until your body can't handle it anymore. So it's a little different. Hello, Jedi. Patty only watches sports every 4 years, pretty much. Should I make more carpets? I was actually thinking, like, if I ever did a subathon, I would, if you donate 100 subs, I would make you a personalized rug. Like, I would go there and make the rug for you and send it to you. I think that would be cool. Oh, couple, look. Look at this. I made this. I was trying to experiment. A rug, like, under my feet? Yeah. Yeah. I tufted a rug the other day. Do you want to see? Do you want to see what it looks like? Here. I'll give 100 subs if Patty also covers my rug with a PE plate. Oh my gosh. Good question, Oxy. I don't know. I should read up more about it. I think Bull had a post about it. Apparently it's just more sturdy than like PC. The magic streamer I watched is subathon I budget for, waiting for XXW subathon. You guys, I had one subathon and I was like over it. My jockey hippo arrived. PCB is missing. Oh, can I fix it? If it's not, yes, I can. If it's not like, was it lifted? Oh, I see. I don't know. Sometimes I think about how I can give back to the stream. Um, that reminds me I need to update my Ko-fi. I'll share some exciting news on my Ko-fi. So if you're not subscribed there, you want to read. But that one I feel like I just need to do better about posting. And then I have like Discord subs where I post Ginkgo photo. Also need to be better about posting. But I just don't know like the best way to like give back to my stream and my chat. I invested a lot, also from your guys' support, into like the emotes. And then I do try to make the conscious effort of like swapping those for Halloween and Christmas. But if you guys have any suggestions on like what else I could like give back to you guys for supporting me, I'm all ears. You can send me pictures and I can look at it to see if it's fixable, and if it is, then you can send it over and I can try. I do have a history? I do have experience fixing PCBs. That's actually how I want to say that was the stream that helped me hit partner. Is I was fixing Leisha's PCB, and then Teha raided me, and I was like, oh hey Teha, I'm fixing the keyboard you built, and you wouldn't fix her PCB, so here I am. And that big raid by Teha and me flaming him got me like the engagement and the numbers I needed to hit partner. Like it was my final stretch. It just pushed me, and I was able to get partner. So flaming is good. I don't know about that. I left my phone charger outside. I'm laying in bed already. I'm gonna get your dog to go fetch it. You started playing League again and people... Oh my gosh. New record for what? $2 to do stabs. Yeah, I mean, I got lucky that I didn't need to do any balancing. Oh, I actually was talking for an hour too, because I was trying to decompress from the meetup. I talked to a few people. I saw Kiwi and Stars, not Kiwi King. Yeah. It kind of is for me. Is that BDZ? Yes. You're very stingy with the BDZ. Yeah, I feel like if you put too much, it just becomes like very sluggish. So I try to do like thin coat. So the reason I do a thinner coat is because I also do a dollop of lube. I mean, if your stabilizers feel good, then you need to change anything, right? Yeah, I put a dollop of 205. So that looks like the pads are lifted, but you would need a new connector. So if you could buy a replacement connector, I could maybe solder it on. Remove the old pins and solder it on for you. But you would have to get the replacement JST connector. Where you guys find needles thick enough? Oh, I actually have it on my Amazon page, I think. Like, I have the thing I use. Let me see. Let me check. Keyboard builds? Oh yeah. It's this is what I use, but you don't have to use this if you don't want. Oh, that has the gauges on there, so you can look at the gauges. You just cut the JST connector of the cable and solder the wires directly onto the pad. Oh, I don't know. I've never done that. Don't you risk just like not being able to remove the PCB easily? Well, if you can't order from Amazon, that Amazon page I linked has all the gauges on there for your reference. I'm actually excited to hear what it sounds like. Yeah, I think there's been a few build streams so far. I think I saw Captain Sterling had built it. I don't know if Alex has yet. Looks like Apiary will also be building. Diego just built it. I have some more wing tree switches, but the only ones I have left are the ones similar to like MX Blacks, which I mean I could use. But I have those, and I also have some personal ones that I bought. Alex doing on Tuesday, okay. So far it's just been Diego, Captain Sterling. I don't know if Apiary has built it yet. Patty, does Neo pay content creators to stream, make videos? It's different for each person. So well, I have switches that Unikey sent me. So Neo does offer like creator codes, not like a discount, but like an affiliate link. For their creators. Yeah, so depending on the brand or whoever reaches out, you can negotiate like pricing. And they'll pay like your media fee. Some creators do get paid, some don't get paid, but they'll do it because they have like the code or it's like consistent content. Really depends on like the creator. And it's also dependent on if the brand has the budgeting for the marketing. Yeah, basically. Because it's kind of it's a fine balance because you obviously want to build the board, but if they don't have the budget to pay you, then do you still build it? And if it's a hyped board, you might as well just do it for free because it helps you out and it helps them out. But it's when you're big enough to kind of leverage that, to be like, oh, I'll get you lots of sales, then they'll want to pay you. Whereas, like, if you're a smaller creator, do you take that risk of investing? And then it's also like, so for example, I have had one like vendor stop working with me because I started charging. Um, it's just one of those things, It's not always in the marketing budget. And if you're a bigger creator, you can kind of leverage that. But if you're not, then it's kind of like, do you fight to be paid or do you just say fuck it because they give you consistent content, right? My thoughts. Uh, is it 4.5? I thought it was closer to like 3. I think design-wise, it follows a very good. It's very thematic and it's very on brand. In terms of how it sounds, I don't know yet. If you're looking for like a hefty board, so in this case, it's like, you know, oh, it's closer to 5. I see. Would this make me look? Uh, is this just a cable? Oh, I see. It's like right here. I'm not sure. Yeah, I see the connector. I wish they had like a picture of the connector by itself, right? Let me ask PC Low Letter just to double check if that would work. Cause there's like weird PCB things that I'm not even like clear about sometimes. Like did you know there's like an orientation with your cables? It's very strange. Like you could end up like burning your PCB out if you don't use the right like orientation of the cable of the connector. So let me just confirm with PC Load Letter, or I can ask him where he gets his from, because PC actually fixes PCBs. Yeah. So someone like Alex would demand a lot more than, say, a small upcoming creator on YouTube. Yeah. But that's like true for pretty much anything. Yeah, I mean, people will associate like heavy with more premium, so if that's like what you're trying to do, then it definitely achieves that. But if you're someone who doesn't want a keyboard that heavy, then I could see like it is very heavy. Patty, I need your help. You ordered top gray. Top gray. You need keycap suggestions. Let's see. Oh. Hmm. Beige. Oxy. Um. Uh. Do you want GMK? Yeah, I was gonna say maybe something like Maestro or Cafe. Sloth would work as well, yeah. Uh, there is Black Snail, yeah. I think tiramisu is too brown. Well, there's DCS Cafe. Oh, Randy, hello. Look. You're right. Does it really? Oh no. Uh, is there is WS Cafe available for you? Damn. Yeah, the extras went by really fast. I honestly think something with like gold would look good. Hmm. Top gray. Can someone link it? If you link, I'll look at it, but I don't have a keyboard. Or it's not done yet. I guess it could. JTK Bear. These are the wing tree ones. JTK Bear ABS. That would look cute. It's kind of similar-esque to Sloth, but like darker, like a shade darker. Yeah, I think so. It might be a little dark in comparison, but if you're okay with that. These are this one. I mean, didn't they go down significantly? I guess it depends where you are. Hi, Zip. Thanks for the 3 months in advance. Love the return of the Halloween emotes. Yeah, I just added them. I added 2 new ones too. I guess it depends like why you're buying GMK. Two new ones? Yeah. If you look at Howdy and Tired, I just added those. I mean, there are some colors that only GMK can achieve, so... But other keycap sets have gone a lot better these days, so... Sometimes it can be kind of hard to justify the pricing. China can achieve any color we want. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like... Things have gone just like a lot more advanced these days. Can't believe you're using MX Blacks. I know. I think part of it as well is GMK. I like supporting the designer, especially if like I know them. How much of the 150 USD? See that also is depending because depending on like the regional vendors and the kitting, because a lot of that, you're right, is not necessarily going to the designer, but just like what kits or the kitting of the base. I mean, but part of that is still going to a designer. Yeah. Oh, extra Prius. He's cool. 150 is like extra. You're not supporting the designer as much as you thought. I mean, you're still supporting the designer. That's the thing, though. Yeah, it's not like as much as they probably want or you probably want, but you're still supporting them in that sense versus like buying like knockoffs, you know. Yeah, but the designers go through GMK, so that's like the only way. It's not like you can go to the designer and be like, do it yourself and you get more money, right? Like they're the ones who decided to go with GMK. So probably because of the coloring, the kitting they offer, the support. I mean, they could go with other menus if they wanted to. But either way, it's like, it's what the designer chose to go with, so I'd still like to think that I am supporting the designer in some way, even if it's not as much as I'd hope. But the sales basically drive the designers to continue to come out with more, you know? So if you like a designer's things, what the hell? Oh, okay. What if I bought clones and sent the designer a tip? Yeah, but realistically, who does that? Like, no one. Like, literally no one would do that. Oh. When does this start? I think Extra Prius has such a cute, like, aesthetic. He really has his, like, branding down, you know? Still, it's annoying knowing how cheap it is to produce keycaps and how much you have to pay. Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those things, right? You could just buy the knockoffs, but at the end of the day, like, I think ethically it's how you see it and also what's in your budget, right? This is a plate fork. If EPB was at a party, I would have. You can't do. Can you do that? Did I tell you guys how I watched a Jubilee video with like they were trying to test out their like gaydar, and there was one person who just like all the hot people, all the people that they wanted to be gay because they thought they were attractive, they're like gay, gay, gay because I want you to be gay, and it's like what the heck? So your gaydar's not very good. It's just you just are hoping. 150 USD is for extras, and even that is like after. Yeah. 150 is like that, I think that's very high. But if you buy like before all of that, it's still expensive, but GMK has always been like more pricey for sure. Yeah, this is a plate for it to basically, if you're using any soft plates, to keep the plate up so your switches don't bloop. Yeah, pre-order means they've already like ordered it, right? Oh, the pre-order is still cheaper. Yeah. So they're saying after the pre-order, it's going to be 150. Yeah. But that's just how like marketing works. That's how they get you to buy it now, right? Otherwise, why would you not buy it now? Why would you just buy it later? Yeah. That's just like a marketing thing where it's like, if you buy it now, you get it discounted. After we get it, then you pay full price. Right. Okay. That's just a marketing tactic. Okay, what keycaps? How about pink on navy? I'm just kidding. Oxy hates that set for whatever reason. WAP? I don't have a WAP set. Beige? They have PT blush. I have Poco. I don't blush. They sent me the dusk. Oh, it's posh. He doesn't like posh. He likes pink on navy. He doesn't like posh. That's the one. I think Eddie Boy is just trying to say that 150 for a keycap set is expensive. I have Poco. I have... I don't think I have anything like this color. Where's Vin? Oh, I don't have Bingsu with me. What keycap set? Daifuku? I could do Daifuku. I don't have bingsu. One of my friends has it. Looks like I'm ending stream. Hootie? I don't have Hootie, unfortunately. What about damage? DMG. DMG? I wonder if there's any difference in weight options, like in terms of weight or like sound. Yuck. Oh, I feel like the accent pink would actually match this. Is it purple? Oh no. Where's my GMK? Where's my GMK? I think I have Pono, do I not? Hold on. Hold on. Pono is... You know, I wonder if Boneyard would maybe look good with Toke. Probably too dark. Okay, so I have Pono. I think. This feels very empty. I have a bad feeling. Okay, I don't have Pono. What is Pono on? God damn it. I was also thinking... No. Days like that. Man, Dusty Rose is hard. Should we look at Daifuku? I can grab Daifuku. Hmm. Daifuku feels empty. Like Daifuku's on something. Damn. Symbiote doesn't really match either. Chat, I'll let you guys pick. We could do Poco. We could do... I don't really have any... no, I gave my cat away. I do have Camelo Dragon, but I don't know if that would match. They both kind of suck. I know. I don't have a good keycap set for this one, unfortunately. I have so many keycap sets, but I wish I had Windbreaker. I would. Yeah, my Bingsu's gone. Damn, this one won't match either. Okay. I guess I just... I don't have anything that really matches, unfortunately. Mm. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's fine. I think it's too red for it. Oh, wait. Let's do the mountain first. So we're gonna do... I'm trying to think. For this one, would you guys have to use bingsu? I can't use posh. It's so heavy. I can't even like lift easily. I think it's not, but I just need to move on, unfortunately, because we have like 6 builds, so. Unfortunately. I wish I had my bingsu, but I don't. Oh yes, can you DM me that link and I will send it to PC to check. Yeah, I'm trying to think like besides Bingsu, what other keycap sets would match this? I wonder if they have it on like any other boards as their like renders. Would blush look good on it? I don't have PBT fans blush. Like I don't have it. I thought maybe Symbiote could maybe look alright on it, but yeah, I think so, right? Keycaps are always the hardest part. Or is it switches for you guys? It's hard to decide to use. Oh my god. This is the closest thing to blacks you guys will get. I messaged you late. Okay, thank you. I'll send that to PC and ask him. And I will let you know. Yeah, it looks fixable. You would just need a new connector piece. Unless he's saying like you can fix it with that too. Okay, it doesn't look too bad. Yeah, Randy's right. We just need to put it all on first. Okay. It will look good on everything. I don't think so. I think there's some colors I wouldn't put on. There's neutral, I think, of like Wob. Bow. Okay. So let me just test this. Okay, so it's trying to do the wireless thing right now. Oh, wait, no, that's on. This is off. Uh-oh. Why are you flashing? How do I swap to wired mode? This is PEI first. Did I smell it? Are you supposed to smell it? What the heck? Uh... Connor, if you're in there, you have to let her in. I'm about to do my sound test. Okay, he left. Unfortunately, I don't know the keybinds. Oh, it's because it's the Halloween. Do they not have just like the keybinds for, I could guess. What would it be like? No, I don't want to guess. It should be, but right now it's flashing, so I need to swap it to wire mode, but I don't know the keybinds for it. So I'll try to find that real quick. It's always something weird like FN and like... No, that's not working. Okay, I found pairing instructions. F and tab, okay. Okay, only the 4 is flashing. No, this is FN usually. So this flashing. Oh, that's for Bluetooth. How do I do? Oh, right here. Okay, so it's this. Hey, stop. Stinky cat. Wire mode. Connect the keyboard to your PC, press FN and tap tilde until the LED under tilde. Okay, that doesn't work. So this is flashing, but it's the number 4 is flashing. Oh! The heck, that flashed really quick. What does it mean when the 4 is... Yeah, 4 is the USB. Okay, so it stopped flashing. Now it's flashing. It says it should just be tilde. Is it tab? This one says press tilde until LED. Yeah, for the Neo80 CU, it says wired mode, connect the keyboard to your PC, press FN and then tap tilde until it flashes. Neither work. Let me see. Unplug, press FN, tap 4. Oh. Wait. Okay. FN, they have it right here. Not here. They have FN bound right here. You know how I figured that out? I went to go look at their PCB, the layout page. No, it was tilde. This is Dusty Rose. So look. Yeah, so you can see right here. Yeah, see, they have FN bound right here. That's the only reason I figured it out. Okay. Hello, Corey. Yeah, this is, for YouTube, this is the Dusty Rose. Okay, that should work now, though, hopefully. Yeah, okay. It threw me off a little bit, but thankfully we were able to figure it out. Oh man, I do not. I'm not gonna say. I'm just a hater. I've acknowledged that I'm just a hater. Just a hater. Jason. Try mode on C. Save link. Downloads. EO series via authorized device. Sorry, I'm just uploading the JSON right now. View paired. Okay, cool. So we're doing bottom row. We're swapping. Right control. Okay, cool. Alright, so let's look at the build. Okay, let me change that. So this is the weed tree Yuying. We have the PI and we have the Alu. Wait. Okay. And then this is going to be the this is gonna be silicone gasket mount. Okay. And no foam. Okay. Alright chat, first sound test of the night. This is the Neo80 CU. We're using Moontree Yuying switches. This is the PEI plate. We're not using any foam. And this is GMK DMG. Yeah. This is PEI and this is silicone gasket. I think I just don't like these switches. What did you guys think? I'm trying to be more open, but so that's the thing is PEI apparently is just like a more sturdy PC according to their description. Unfortunately, I don't have too much experience building with it. I've only done it with one other build, and it was hard because that one had such a big variance too when it came to like the sound and the plate. Oh my god, you don't like it either. I mean, it's not my jam for sure. So when you're removing this, right, it's the F1, F2, F11, F12, page up, page down, these two on the corner, and then the the left alt, and then the tab and the tilde. So it's 2 screws on top, 2 on the side, or 1 on each side, and then 2 on the bottom. Okay. And then next we're gonna do it might be on the featured clips. Perhaps. Let's do thank you. Okay. Oh shoot, I forgot. Okay, so one thing I didn't mention is that the Quran gasket mount, they've integrated it into this. Unlike traditional required gluing, special grooves in the bottom case. Oh, it's in the bottom case. Okay, so let's see. Extensive prototyping, we've integrated the pouring gasket structure into Neo80. Oh. Wait, am I reading this right? So, what I am understanding is that okay. I get it. these are non-adhesive, right? Instead, these like fit in. Normally you would have to, like normally it's adhesive, right? But these are actually non-adhesive. And what you would do is you would fit it into the grooves right here. Like it just friction fits in to the bottom case like this. So if you decide to do the silicone gasket, you can still slide it on. Otherwise, you can slide these off. This innovation allows for hassle-free replacement and ensures exceptional durability over time. Okay. So I guess one of the reasons they made it like non-adhesive just means that you can swap it out if you'd like. And then if you place it wrong, like you don't have to worry about pulling it off. That's what I'm understanding. It's a little strange like not having adhesive pour-on strips. But that's what they've done here. And it's interesting. So I'm gonna show you guys real quick. So they go on the bottom, they also go on the top, and they're two different sizes. So the bottom one uses these long ones, and then oh, I guess I should flip these. So it looks like in the pictures they have the smooth side down. But you're gonna put 2 on each of the mounting points up top. So basically, you would take this and then also friction fit it in here. And then, I don't know if you guys can see this, but there's a little wall right here. Can you see that? So that's where it would fit into like this. Okay, so I can see, so one drawback of this is that if you struggle to install these in the first place, it's like once you install it, then you're done, right? Because then you're like, okay, well, it's in. I don't have to worry about it. But with the way that they have this now, it's like if you struggle to install it, you're gonna struggle every time because you need to reinstall it. I get why they did that, made it non-adhesive so you can have the different mounting styles, but in this case, it's like if this is something that you already struggle to do, they do make it easier by adding the little cubbies, but like I said, if this is something you struggle to do, you're gonna have to redo it every single time you want to try a different mount, or this mount, or a different mount, you know? And plus, the top case uses 2 per, so there's a lot of like insulation. But this does not work concurrent with the silicone gasket versus the Poron. I mean, I guess you could do it, but then it'd be like super compact. So yeah, I'd say the biggest drawback is just if you're someone that already struggles to put these in, if you want to experiment with all the other mountings, you're gonna have to do this many times. Because you have to remove them in order to do the other mounts. But at least the friction fit is very tight, right? So yeah. Okay. Oops. I do have to take these off. Okay. Okay, good. Hello, Meep. Is your internet so bad? Wait, where you live or like back here? Okay. Oh, really? Yeah. Someone I know in Arizona actually started doing a matcha home delivery service. That's something I would consider doing if I liked driving, but I don't, so. Oh, you saw too, right? Yeah. No, I just don't like driving in general. I had to drive at a very young age. So now I'm like so disillusioned. I hate it. Okay. This next swid is the Poron gasket. Right, Poron gasket, PEI plates. Same switches, same keycaps. I'd agree with you, Conan. I think this one sounded better to me. You like these switches? I don't. I'm a hater. Okay, now we're gonna do top mount. Top mount. This is the pour-on gasket. What's up with these switches? They're too similar to my mortal enemy, MX Blacks. No. Clover Pit. Nice. Of course. I felt kind of bad doing a late night stream, build stream, but then I also felt bad like rescheduling again. And when Insty was like, it's 8 o'clock here, I was like, you know what? It's 8 o'clock somewhere, so, you know, we're good. So here I am. I chugged a milk tea. I'm gonna build this. Yeah. Well, I was supposed to stream this earlier today. I was like, I'm gonna do a daytime stream. Yeah, I don't wake up until 5 o'clock, so fuck me. So that went out the window. And I was supposed to stream it yesterday, but I was like, I want to play games, like, and I'm a little tired, so why don't I just move it to tomorrow because I didn't get both builds, right? Because the keyboard, I was supposed to build 2 keyboards this weekend, but I only got the one. Well, I technically got the second one, but UPS was like, you need to pay us $150 if you want this keyboard. And I wasn't at home, so I couldn't be like, what? It was my parents who answered the door, and they're like, yeah, $150 if you want this. And my mom's like, I'm not paying that. It's the one, the QI. It's the R2 for Unikeys is running it, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, they're just like, ayo, we have the package here, but if you want it, you gotta pay us. The chi, yeah. Or key, however you want to say it. I was just gonna say QI. So yeah, so now I have to figure out what I'm gonna do about that. They're like, she has to pay it online, but they never even like sent me a link, so I don't even. And they're like, it's, we sent her a text. And then I thought about it, I was like, you know, I did get like one of those shady texts like FedEx delivery, you know, but you always think it's just like a scam, right? Because you're just like, oh, this is a phishing site. They're trying to like, you know, get my information. So I was like, I'm not going to open that. But maybe that's what it was. I don't know. Yeah, right? Well, FedEx, or not FedEx, UPS actually came and was like, hello, we have your package. We're here to deliver it. But if you want us to give it to you, you have to pay. And they're like, we'll take any card of yours. My mom was like, what the frick? No. I am not doing that, so. Yeah, I mean, I need to reach out to Unique Keys because this happened yesterday, and I need to be like, hello, what do you want me to do? Okay, you know what? I didn't notice this part, but there's these little poron things, or this little silicone things. But you know what? I don't actually see them talk about it. I don't know. I don't know the current stuff. Surely if I don't acknowledge it, it doesn't exist, right? But that sounds so sad. um, but I don't know percentage off the top of my head. So they have these. But I don't see this on the Notion page. So basically they have these little like silicone pieces that fit into the grooves on the side, right? And then if you look at the PCB, there's actually these tabs where it fits into it like this. But I don't see this on the page anywhere. I don't know if you guys can see that. Okay, well this one fell over. But shoot. Oh god. Jesus, so heavy. Hold on. So basically it would fit right here, and then you see this tab right, it would fit like this. But I didn't see this mentioned anywhere. So I wonder. I wonder. Hmm. Why is the that told you it's 8 p.m. here, not here in Clipping though? I mean, I'm assuming NC's busy. Also, I think I read something. Oh, Randy says I like driving. I don't like other drivers. True. True. Insty's on a hot date? Oh my gosh. I'm like trying to imagine what Insty's boyfriend would be like. Or do you guys prefer calling your significant other your partner? Meep says I like partner. Oxy says I actively dislike partner. Jedi says I just call her wifey. Vin says I'm married so it's easy to say wife. What about significant other? But okay, so if it's your wife, it's easy to say like wife. But if it were not your wife and just like your like boyfriend, girlfriend, would partner be more acceptable? Like what would call them then? Because I feel like whenever you start to distinguish between the two, it's because there's a clear distinction between like we're married or we're not married, right? I see. I'm not clicking that. What the heck? Who do you think you are? Ah, that makes sense. I could see that. Because like boyfriend girlfriend is gender affirming. And so if your person is non-binary, then saying partner would be a better way to kind of make it more not ambiguous, but non-gender conforming, right? Okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. Partner always struck me as a detached or generic form, yeah. Given I'm not an English spoken, when you hear partner, okay, what if someone's like, this is my lover? Then what? Is that acceptable? Oh, really? Life partner. Okay, what if someone's like, this is the love of my life? Alright, this is top mount. Yeah. I mean, it's top mount. It's top mount. Yeah, I mean, that could be the plate because they compare it to PC. Um, so now let's just try a different plate. Unless you guys want to hear what it sounds like with foam, but it's up to you guys. I can either do, this is PEI. I can either do same plate with or without foam, or I could do different plates, no foam. Well, they said this is like a more like sturdy PC. I guess if you guys are at your computer and you're free, does anyone want to try to figure out what this thing is for? I think it's part of the force break, but this forbidden tic tac almost. So this one goes on the side and it keeps the PCB hoisted up. So I think. Do you think maybe it sounds like more plasticky because of how thick it is in comparison? Or how much like more dense it is? Yes, there's 4 of them. Well, there it came with 4, but there's only 2, so that's why. Oh, okay. But I don't need to have it, right? From like, doesn't seem necessary from what I saw. So I'm guessing it's for the pour-on gasket. Okay. I've actually never seen that before. Slide off. Slide off. Okay, cool. I don't. So the only thing I could see it for is for the pour-on gaskets because there's nothing really keeping it in place. Whereas like the silicone, at least, you know, it's friction fitted into these grooves, so it won't shift. But for the pour-on, there's nothing, so. Support playlists also makes sense, yeah, because. Yeah, that makes sense. Basically, if there's nothing to help you align it, you can use it, I guess. But my question is, you don't keep it in, right? But you kind of have to if you're using it to help you position. But then does that affect the sound acoustics? Oh, yeah, so basically on the bottom case, you have the 2 pieces where it would friction fit in like this, right? So whenever you have, for example, like a plate like this, right? Actually, basically, you would put it right here. And then if you look at the PCB, it has this tab right here, this tab right here, right? So the idea is that it would go right here on each side to help you align it. Because the thing with like pour-on gasket is that the grooves for the tabs are a little bigger. So you could have it accidentally like shifted over like this. Just a little bit, you know? And then when you put the keycaps on, it doesn't align. So what they have right here is you have these tabs that you can basically just like align like this. No, so it's not like a mounting thing necessarily. It's just an alignment thing, right? That and that's why I was saying like I wonder if it would affect the acoustics because now you have something right here. But as you can see, like there's no mounting on it right now, but it helped me align it, right? Because there's no silicone, there's no pour-on, but because I have the alignments. I think this is mostly used for like, I think it'd be more well suited for like playlists. But yeah. So you can see like now the PCB stays in place, whereas like if I were to take this away and put it in, you can see like it moves around a lot more. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well. That's why I wonder if it like affects it. Also, they say PEI just naturally kind of warps a little bit. That's interesting. It naturally warped too. Same. Hello, Yua. Are you playing the new Ascension server with Connor? Hell no, yeah. Also, that reminds me, I need to look at your stuff. Oh my god. There's this new private WoW server where the PvP is if you die, people can pick up your items off your body, and that sounds terrible. Sounds terrible! Imagine working so hard to get an item only for someone to like kill you and then take your items. Does that sound like Rust? Yeah, sounds like Tarkov, right? How does Tarkov not piss you off? Oh. I'm talking PvP. Uh-oh. Yeah, I think it's funny when people play games that, like, piss them off. They're like, I hate this game. Meanwhile, it has, like, 1,000 hours. I'm like, why play it? I feel like the most common answer is, like, because I hate myself. Like, okay. That makes sense, I guess. Meep seems like a full backspace enjoyer. Yeah, you seem like one. Don't ask me why, I just have that feeling. What does that mean? I just said don't ask me why. 2-1? Full backspace. But I also don't know, right? Like, like I can gauge if I've met you in person, you know. I can gauge better. It's like once I've like captured your aura and vibes in person, I'd be able to predict. So you're right, okay, well, 50-50. Yeah, but me, that's besides the point. Please let me seem like mysterious and psychic, okay? They don't know that. All they know is that. all they know is, damn, Patty can really read people. Oh, it's a 50-50. Hello. AM stream. Yeah. You know, it's 8 p.m. somewhere. 8 p.m. is my normal build stream, so. OCE friendly. Right, Mochin? Mochin's not OCE, but, yeah. Am I a full rights shift or split? I think it depends. I feel like if I saw your keyboards, how funny would it be if I could tell you, like, oh, you must be into like rock climbing and coffee, or oh, you're definitely a camera dude. But I feel like those stereotypes are like pretty spot on for keyboard people. You're either into some kind of photography or racing or coffee or K-pop. Like, it's just... Who is she talking about? I'm talking about, like, just random people. Like, if you see their boards and being able to tell what their hobbies are. Like, if someone was like, yeah, you know, I custom match this and, you know, it's all pink and purple, I'd be like, okay, you're into K-pop, aren't you? Or if someone is like more focused on like the details, I'd be like, are you into pens? Oh, is it? Sorry. Well, color matching, I feel like is most people, but I'm saying like if you're comfortable with having, you know, primarily like very K-poppy colors in the sense of like purples or pinks. Yeah, cars, K-pop. Where did the switch go? If they show me, oh yeah, I'd be like, you're into cameras or audio because you've got money like that. Is that a joke? You know what though? I think it's kind of cute seeing like people, you know, dedicate their entire keyboard to like someone or something they know or like. I think it'd be lame to be like, you're lame, you know? I think it's very cute. It's kind of like one of those moments where like someone you could tell is like very passionate talking about something they like. And even if you have no fucking clue what they're going on about, but you see their enthusiasm, you're like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, within like means, right? I don't find it cringe. I think it depends. There's definitely levels of cringe that you could go about it, you know? But if you're being like, I don't know, it's like, oh, you know, this is after their, you know, their one song. Well, they are just children, so. There's this one reel I saw that I like the Gen Z stare and the awkward millennial like trying to order a matcha latte. Have you guys seen that? Hello, welcome back. I mean, but in a sense, like, I'm no better either because I have Ginkgo, a Shiba Inu, and I therefore am obsessed with Shiba Inus. I think it was Oxy who pointed it out before, but he's just like, man, people who own Shibas are just obsessed with Shibas. But it's like, how could you not be? Have you seen Ginkgo? She's so cute. You haven't? Let's see if I can find it real quick. Matcha latte Gen Z. This one. Oh god. I felt this to my core. Yeah, it's like exposure therapy, right? It's like what Asian parents do if you have like peanuts. They give you a little bit of peanuts so you're not allergic to peanuts anymore. I'm the Gen Z worker. So I went to this hip coffee place in LA and it was so loud in there. And you know how, like, I would say I'm a pretty soft spoken person, but if I need to raise my voice, I will. It might not be very loud, but this guy was like, in a loud ass place, was like, can I take your order? Do you want milk? And I'd be like, what? Doesn't raise his voice. Do you want milk? And it's like, oh my god, I can't hear you. Help me. And then later I was like, Incy, I could not hear that person. And Incy's like, yeah, you know, I couldn't hear him either. So when he was asking me, like, if I wanted a sample, I just said yes. Well, that's what we thought. Like, but then when they called out the drinks, they were loud, you know. It's just when they were taking the orders, they didn't want to be loud. Like, it was so quiet, I had to be like, what? But no, they were calling out the orders just fine. And then so NC was like, oh, so that person can be loud, huh? It was so weird. It's like, if you want this interaction to be over, why would you make it hard to interact? Like, you know. Hey, how are you? First time catching you live. Hello, Cass. Sorry, I just saw your comment. I'm actually on Twitch. YouTube I have, just in case, but welcome if you're still here. But it's like, the faster you, or like the more clear you are, the faster the order is over, the faster we can both move on with our lives, you know? YouTube chat mentioned, yeah. I missed a chat. I'm sorry. trying is cringe to them? Why is that? I feel bad I missed the YouTube chatter. Well, I've worked in a bubble tea store and I can agree with that for the most part, but I don't know. I feel like I didn't like hate my life that much. I don't know. Retail made me pay people more for sure. Yep. Yep. One of my most satisfying moments was when this lady like tried to like game the system. So basically at our store, we only gave refills for green tea because it was really easy, or for iced tea because it was really easy to make. And so her friend got iced tea, but then she got green tea, right? So her friend basically got the iced tea. And we're like, okay, you know, you get a refill, and like here, you know, here's the lid so we can like change out. But anyways, so her friend came up and got the refill, and then she came up to get a refill, and she's like, hey, I'm here for my refill, but her drink was sealed, right? Because we have like those sealers. And we're like, oh, sorry, like unfortunately only the iced tea gets to refill your green tea, you know, because you don't get free refills right on that one. And she's just like, why not? And I'm like, oh, because it's like a lot easier to make the iced tea, and you know, it basically was like a lot easier, right? And she's just like, okay, you know, like pissed off, right? And so I was the one who told her like, sorry, we can't refill it, right? So what this chick does is she takes off, you know, the seal, and then she grabs her friend's lid and like brings it up, you know, and it's like, hey, I'd like a refill on my drink, but then goes to a different worker so that they don't realize like that's what they did. But like, I don't remember who I was working with, but they saw the cup and they saw that it had like the seal removed, and they thought it was sus, but they're just like, well, you know, they probably sealed it and then, you know, remembered, or then like they probably sealed on an accident, right? So the lady, yeah, brought it up, was like, hey, I'm here for my refill on my drink, right? And then they're like, oh, what did you get? And she's like, a iced tea, you know, basically lying to like get another drink. And then I just so happened to walk out as the worker was like pouring it in. And I was like, why are you refilling that? And they were like, well, that lady said that she got the iced tea, but this was already sealed, but they had the lid. And then I saw like her friend's cup, you know, didn't have the lid anymore. So I realized what she had done, right? And so I basically was like, hey, give me the drink. And then I delivered it, and I was like, here's your drink, ma'am, but just so you know, like next time we do not offer refills on your green tea. It's only the black tea. And I was like, please don't try to lie to us either, you know. And then she just got so mad. She was like, what? You think I can't afford it? You know, you think I'm lying to you? And I was like, clearly that's what you did. Like, I was like, you can't just like swap it out and tell us to give you free drink refills. And she was just like, I'll pay for it. Like, how much is it? Like, I'll just pay for it. And I was like, ma'am, that's not the issue, right? And I was like, we've already done the refill, but just so you know, in the future, you know, we only give refills on the iced tea. And she was like, I want to speak to your manager. Where's your manager? And then thankfully, I was the manager at the time. So I was like, ma'am, I am the manager. And I'm telling you right now, like, if you do this again, like, don't, right? And so what she did at the end of it is that she slammed the money, like she like finished her meal, she walked up to the counter, she like slammed like $2, which wasn't even like enough to pay for the drink, right? And then later on called the owners to tell them like how she ordered an iced tea and I wouldn't give her a refill. And then I had to like go talk to the owners because they were like, why did this lady email and call us that, you know, you called her a liar, you called her cheap, and, you know, like basically what happened, like, why didn't you give her a refill on her, you know, tea? And I was like, here's her receipt. Her friend got the iced tea, got her refills. She tried to take her friend's stuff and then also get refills, you know, because they were very much like, the customer is always right until they're not. And I was like, basically they're trying to scam you out of like multiple drinks. And they didn't like that, you know. It's like one thing, like different scenarios that the customer is always right, but I was like, they were just trying to get free drinks over and over again. And then thankfully the owners are like, okay, yeah, you know, we'll just ignore her. But it's like after that, I was so shocked like how she was trying to spin it. Basically, she was trying to do something shady, but then she sent the email saying, like, I had called her cheap, I was rude to her, you know, she got the iced tea and I wouldn't give her the refills, and stuff like that. I'm like, oh my gosh, why are people like this? I don't know. That was like one of the few instances that I remember because she was like, I want to speak to your manager. I'm like, I am the manager, you turd. Like, I am the manager, now what? Now what are you gonna do? Okay. I think so too. Yeah. And gasket. This is the alu plate. Hi guys, so this is a new plate. This is the aluminum plate. This is not the super flex cut. This is just the normal cut. We're using pour on gasket, no foam. No, this is alu plate. Aluminum plate. Oh, I see. You're saying PE is trash. Yeah, okay, I get it. Well, I agree with that sentiment Oxy said for the most part. However, I have known people that actually are a lot more mean because they have worked in retail, in the sense of like they won't tip workers because they would be like, I've worked in retail, I've worked in restaurant. They're being a lazy piece of shit, you know? I'm not tipping. It's like, okay. Okay. Oops. And then I've had a friend who was a server, and they dock servers based off of like how they would serve other people. So it's like, you know, told me how they would make rounds, and every time like they would come around but wouldn't refill the water, that's like -1%. Because they're like, if I were there, if like I was serving, this is what I would do. And if they don't do what I would do, then I'm docking how much I tip them. And it's like, damn. I'm not friends with that person anymore, surprisingly. I mean, surprising or unsurprisingly, but that's also something I've seen happen. Yeah, it is. Yeah. They're like, well, I've been a server before, so, you know, if they can't meet my standards, then I'm not tipping them. Right? Like, they have to work for it. Like, okay. I feel like you can also tell a lot about a person based off of how they treat servers and retail workers. Like, I'm not saying that customers always right. Like, there's obviously like different scenarios, but I feel like if you're like a genuine, like just genuinely mean to the service worker who hasn't like done anything to like either deserve or warrant it, like that's pretty telling, I guess. Maybe that's like too harsh of a stereotype, but it's crazy because there was someone that my friend dated, and everyone would be like, oh, she's so nice. Like, she is the nicest, one of the sweetest people. But then one day, my friend told me how she treated like a service worker, and I was like, that's not normal. Like, that's not good. And they're like, she's like so nice to everyone else. I'm like, yeah, I mean, but that's like, that's not, I don't know. She might be nice to you, but I mean, they broke up in the end, but um, it was not a good story. Whenever they told me that story, I was like, bro. Um, but the TLDR of that story was they went to a restaurant, and I guess like the cup wasn't like fully washed, so it had like a weird smell to it. And instead of being like calling the server and being like, hey, can I just get like a new like cup of water? Instead, this person goes, do you smell this? Server was confused, is like, what? And they're like, do you smell this? And like pointed at the water, and they were just like kind of confused. And then finally they were like, do you smell this? And like handed it to them, and the server smelled it, But you know, it's like a weird thing. And then they smelled it. They're like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I will give you like a new cup of water." Like, I don't know. Like you would. I feel like a normal person would be like, "Hey, my water," you know. But just like being like, "Do you smell this?" And that's the thing. It's like this person was known to be like very nice to everyone. Is like a sweet person. Meanwhile, it was like so like mean to that worker. And it's like it's not that worker's fault, you know. I mean, maybe it is, but I don't know. That was a wild story to hear. Yeah, I mean that was kind of how I was the first time I met my like new uncle because my aunt remarried. And he was like really mean to the servers. Basically, like he got really mad because they didn't like so they brought out the beers and the cups, but they didn't pour it. And then he like got mad. He was like, "Why wouldn't you pour it for me?" Right? And he got so mad, was like, "You didn't pour it for me? Like that's such bad service. Like I'm not tipping you anymore, you know?" And then like my aunt had to be like, you know, maybe some people want to drink in a bottle, some people want it in a cup. And he was like, "What's the point of bringing me the cup then if they're not going to pour it in there, you know?" This was in China, or this was in Taiwan, I should say. But basically he was saying that he wasn't going to, you know, buy as much food and drinks, right? It wasn't also going to tip them as well because, you know, they brought him a cup and the bottle, but they didn't pour for him. And he was just like mad because he's like, "That's such a waste of a cup," you know, or it's like bad service. It's like, what the heck? Yeah. And my aunt just had to be like, you know, some people don't want the cups. Some people, you know, there's not, but it's always like, you know, if you're really trying, if it's like a good happy occasion, like sometimes they will, right? Sometimes they'll just give the servers a little extra. But I remember that was one of my first interactions with my new uncle, and I was kind of like, I was young at the time, but I was like, why is he so angry about that? Needless to say, I've never gotten along with him, unfortunately. I love my aunt to death, and I'll put up with him for her, but I guess this is gonna sound really bad, but if I was like stranded somewhere, I would rather be stranded with like a stranger rather than him. Like, and I know that sounds really bad. I just would not. Okay, this one is top mounts. Oh no, no, that's top mount. Uh, what is this in? Silicon gasket. Right, chat. This is silicon gasket alu plate. Sometimes I see women stranded on the side of a road think about offering them a lift, but I don't want to be creepy. That's fair. I mean, it kind of goes both ways because, like, you don't know about them and they don't know about you. Yeah, that's a hard scenario to be in. I think for sure. Don't judge. I do like silicone gaskets in a spacebar mod. What spacebar mod? Also, no judging. You like silicone more than the poron more? I feel like I've watched too many horror movies to give people rides. You have foam under your spacebar? That's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. That's the beauty of customs. I will only judge if you're like, I got sand on my keyboard. I'm like, what the heck? Then I would be like, don't do that. Call an Uber. Yeah, call one of those self-driving cars. Was it Waymo? Wemo? I use spit to lube my switches. I mean, if that's what you like, that's what you like, I guess. What boards do you own nowadays? Like that I bought on my own or that I was gifted for review? I did just buy the Hato board, the Ramune. Okay. I was debating between HHKV and Win Keyless. I got blue. If you didn't get to keep your Type K, would I have gotten one in GB? Yes, I would have. Yeah. That was like a Hippio video. Hippio Tech. Yeah, it was meant to be a joke, but people did it because, you know, for the lulz. Yeah, Type K is great, right? I was actually so honored that Gawk was like, hey, I want you to build what? That was... I feel like getting to build a Type K was one of the biggest, like, validations for my, as a keyboard streamer. Like, that was definitely a moment where I was like, holy shit, I made it. There was another one, but I retracted my opinion after finding some things out, but that's story time for another day. But definitely Type K was one of those moments where I was like, damn, have I made it? JK, I'm just nobody. I'm but a humble streamer, right? The O is so scary. Actually, at the meetup today, I was talking to someone and they were trying to make it as like a gaming streamer. And I felt for them because I was like, that's really hard to do. It was a Twitch. It was a Twitch meetup. Yeah, I still made my CW board at work. Everyone that uses it wants to buy it. Dang. I liked my CW. So I actually contacted Dragon Slayer, and you can rent tables for like $5 a pop. Yeah. I forgot to mention that in the Austin Discord. Maybe I should. But if you want to like reserve the whole thing, that's like a different thing. There is something in here. Hold on. I mean, you could have bought the CW for like $100. How much was it? Ask Oxy. I was Oxy's proxy. Yeah. Yeah. Basically, they were just sitting, so they had a flash sale. You could buy CW for like 130, yeah. And it turned out to be real. I mean, yes, it was a gamble. I think there is something in this mounting. It's just a piece right here. Oh! Oh no! You guys, I have a dilemma. I can't do top mount. They didn't fully cut the plate. You see that? You see this? It's supposed to look like this. But you see that? I can't put the screw in. You see, it's like this little tab right there. It's supposed to be like this. But I have the lilac one. Maybe I could just snap it off. Okay, I just pulled it off. Never mind. Okay, we did it. See, now it looks normal. I wanted to get a pink one, but I ended up with the lilac one. Skunkworks, it's the all black one, right? I'm sad because I'll never get a final home. Yeah. You know what? Oh, I built the pixie for Ankit. I saw he posted pics of box full of final homes. Did he? Wait, he gave the pixie to Alex? Alex Odos? Dang. Yeah, the final home is CW's Alice board. You guys know where I also peaked? Is when our when I built the F, was it F260? Just like randomly. Was it F2 or F1? I don't remember anymore. That was so random. F2, yeah. Consider my Alice bird? You're designing an Alice bird? No, so Gion had teased the F2, but just like took years to release it. And Ankit sent it to me because he thought it was already out and I wasn't keeping up with a lot of these boards. So he's like, you want to build it? I'm like, sure. I built it and everyone was like, what the fuck? How do you have an F2? And I was like, what? It's Ankit's. And then Gion pinged was like, my friend is building an F2. And then everyone was like, you have an F2? It's real? So Ankit didn't know that he was the only one with the F2 unit. I didn't know no one else had built it for like 3 years other than Gion. Gion just randomly tagged me for his whole server to be like, XXW is building one, go say hi. And so that was wild. I also peaked there. So that was funny. Oh, were you really? Yeah. EC braids. I built Live Oak, Type K. I've built another one. The Osa. Also, is it Rukia? What, Alice? Wait. Are you joking with me right now? Do you have a photo or link? Not that I see. I know that's why I was like, hold on. What's going on? I have. I did the gray rat with Cafage. Yeah. Everyone thought I like helped with the ginkgo. They're like, oh, ginkgo. But they're like, you designed this? I'm like, no, not me. Dynacaps? Maybe. I think Dynacaps like Omni-type, right? They primarily work with Alex and Captain Sterling. In terms of like content creators. Okay. Alright. Top mount, alu plate, no foam. Alright, we're gonna do... Do you guys want to hear playlists? Or are you guys good? I was focusing on the Smisky butt. You guys want to hear playlists? Are you guys good? I like playlists. Let's do it. I have energy because I drink milk tea. I'm good. I've never had playlists. I think playlists is the best. Usually. Whatever prolongs the stream, that would be doing playlists. The best? Yeah, in my opinion. I like the way it feels. Sound is like whatever to me. My thing, you know, like when it comes to keyboards, it's like how it feels, how it sounds, how it looks. My number one is probably how it looks, and then how it feels, and then lastly how it sounds. Maybe how it feels would be a little higher than how it looks, but honestly, if the keyboard's not cute, like, why use it? And I have IEMs like most of the time, so I don't really hear it. Yeah, you know, I decided to do late night stream. I felt bad for delaying it again, so you're not the Lulu. I'm actually here. Believe it or not. Oh, I hear. I'm actually here. I mean, but does it feel good to type on? If it feels good to type on, why not? I'm not gonna hear it. Say I don't really care how my boards sound, but I do care how they look and feel, yeah. Yeah, right? I want it to look good. I want to look at my keyboard and be like, oh my god, my keyboard's so cute. You know? I don't want to look at something ugly and be like, ugh, why is this on my desk? That's why I display all my cute artisans. Like, you guys think it's a flex, but honestly, it's for me. It's for me to be like, oh my god, Look how cute that bongo is, you know? That's why I have all these like doodahs and charms on my desk too. I just like the cute things. Is Patty's eye candy? Yeah, basically. That's on kids or something else? Feel the same way. After all the boards I collected. Yeah. I mean, you're into pens, and I'd say that's like on par. I'm like so. I see pens now, and I'm like, damn, that looks good. But then it's always like disappointing when I like use it. I'm like, but this doesn't really write very well. Dang. I think if I were ever like super rich, or I had like a lot of money to like spare, I would buy like a custom pen from Japan. Okay, this is being a little weird. What would you say the biggest innovation in the space since lockdown was lifted and hence people quit the hobby en masse around 2022? Mm, like for enthusiasts? I don't think. I think for. I wouldn't say Hall effect for like enthusiasts. Um, Innovation in general, I would agree with Hall effect, but for like I think it depends on like what the person is collecting, right? Um like if it's EC then yeah, Ziploc. However, if you're talking about like why so many people left the hobby, I would say it's because of not like innovative, but I think once Singa decided to regularly release like the Kohakus along with like TGR, I feel like a lot of the hype died down. That's not necessarily like innovative, but I'd say in terms of innovation, at least from a building perspective, I think pogo pins was a pretty big like quality of life change. Um, but for innovation and why people quit the hobby, I think things just got more accessible. I think a lot of the hobby kind of revolved around like the hype, you know. Everyone said like TGR, Singa, like the grail of their boards, right? Like that's like top echelon. But even if you had the money, right, you still couldn't necessarily get it. And then removing that cap, but that's not very like innovative. I would probably say Commerce Park killed the high end. Yeah. Innovation and why people started leaving the hobby. I mean, a lot of my friends left the hobby because they got their quote unquote end game. Like, I don't think they necessarily liked keyboards. It was more so achieving and finding one that they liked. But it's like one thing when you like it's it's like when you find like a pair of tennis shoes you like, and you find and then it's like why would you buy other ones, you know? Kind of like that. It's like once they found what they liked, then it's like they don't need to experiment anymore because it's a lot of money. So I think people just found their grail. Whereas like you have enthusiasts that just like to build, like to collect, like keyboards, like experimenting. But not everyone likes that, you know. I think it's the mentality of like being a collector versus being like someone who just wants something nice, you know. Does that make sense? So I think that's the biggest thing is that people found what they liked. They're okay with it. And it's like, why spend more money trying to get something when they already found what they liked? It's not so much why people start quitting, it's just about what people miss. Like, what do people miss out on since it wasn't available when they're still on the hobby? I think the biggest thing is how accessible things are for sure, and also wait times. I think once brands were able to cut down the wait times, right? It's so funny because as you see more people like in the hobby, and you know, vendors will tell you, oh, it's gonna be about 6 months. And like when it's 6 months and a day, someone's like, where's my keyboard? Whereas like some of us are so used to waiting like 1 to like 2 to 3 years, you know? But there are people who are very stingy about like timelines. Um, and I'd say they don't know how lucky they are, right? And then plus it's another thing with like there's FOMO involved. You know, before it's like it was hard to get certain keyboards or it was like limited and so people felt that FOMO, but nowadays it's like I don't say the market is like saturated, but in the sense of like you could easily get a full-size custom keyboards. And like 2, 3 years ago, that was not possible. Like the only like quote unquote high-end full-size keyboard was what, the Austin. And these days it's like, well, you know, you could get something similar. You could get the QK101. You could get, you know, and you have options now. I think that's just the biggest thing is that you have options. And so a lot of the older keyboard people that left and they like come back where they're just like, what's new? And they're like, oh, you can buy this? Like, this is like $150. That's crazy, you know? Because back then it was like, oh, you want this board? It's gonna be like $500 if you can get one first come, first serve. Good luck. I think it's just like the accessibility. But yeah, I think the biggest thing now is a lot of the like quote unquote rare boards are no longer rare. But I think they did a really good job in the sense of like establishing that brand and that hype, you know? Because if you look at it, you know, for all the things that Key Cult went through, they're still like widely sought after, at least the ones ran by like Novel Keys, you know? And like there is a market for like truly high luxury keyboards because if you look at Norbauer's like keyboard, right? You're immune to hype. I don't know. I just feel like a lot of people just got their end games and they're like, yeah, I'm one and I got the what I consider like the highest you can get, so I'm good now. But then you have people that genuinely like different keywords and swapping it out. Plus, it's also one of those things where, like, I don't know if people talk about this a lot, but it's definitely a thing, but keyboards take up a lot of room. And I don't know about you guys, but sometimes I'm, like, overwhelmed by how much space it takes up. And a lot of people will just, like, declutter because of how much space it takes up. And they don't want to be in that, like, loop of, get a keyboards. Oh, too many keyboards, sell it all. Get more keyboards, sell it all, It's kind of tiring. I'm kind of in this weird space where I got gifted a lot of my keyboards, and I feel like selling them would be kind of weird. Uh, so I just have a lot of keyboards, and I could give them away, but then that costs me money to do. I limit myself to 5-ish boards. But that's the thing, is I have to buy the box, the tape costs money, the packing materials cost money. Like, oh, what did I just read? Did I miss something? Oh, I see. I thought that was a copy pasta at first. Because Singa gets a lot of haters, but Elena is my friend, so. I think she is allowed to have some kind of pride because she was able to build up that rep. And she's actually very sweet, but she gets a lot of shit and she deals with a lot of shit. So I understand why she's so like protective and so like, I did this, right? Especially like being at the forefront of a hobby that is so like male dominated, and having to prove her worth continuously. So, yeah. Hey, what? There's no one there. Yeah. It's just one of those things like yeah, like that's your opinion. So yeah, it's okay. Um, I'm just saying like from her perspective, I also understand like why she is so like, you know. And it's not you like hating on her as a person, right? But Elaine does deal with a lot of bullshit, so I get why she is so like plus I feel bad that she deals with like shit that her male peers wouldn't have to deal with, you know. I mean, it's one of those things where like if the formula works, then it works. What's that saying? Don't change what ain't broke, or what is that saying? Yeah. There's kind of that way of thinking like even if it's not innovative or up to date, if people like it, why not do it? But you're okay, Meep. But you have water. Drink your water. We'll be out. We'll be out. Mm-mm. For those who are multilingual, do you think your pets understand? Like if you like speak to them like in different languages. I like to think my animals are multilingual. Am I paying $600 for a board? I want to be something special. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel sometimes. Not about like spending, but more so like as I build like a lot of these keywords and review it, it's kind of like, man, I wish there was something like boom stand out about the board because it does get like stale. And some people are in the hobby because they want to like, you know, they want innovation, they want change, they want to see like new things, right? Improvements. Um, so that makes sense too. But then you also have like, is it weird to say like the vintage folk? You know, just like the people who like what they like. Our dog could, yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, I'll tell my dog, Kinko Kolai, Kinko Kolai. And she knows what that means. And I'll be like, Kinko Lai Baba. And she knows what that means too. She's so cute. She just like waits by the door for me to come home. And then she's mad at me for a few hours. But at night, she always comes back to the room to sleep with me. They're a little loose. They're okay. They're not like omega tight. It should be okay, but you know. Oh, uh, Interloper has my W1AT. I got the cookies and cream one. So I just bought the Ramune, and then before that I bought the Toro. Well, cause they named Toro the black colorway after Ginkgo, so I was like, I have to buy it, you know, cause then I could be like, yeah, that's my Shiba Inu keyboard. That's the Toro. That's the Ginkgo colorway. They got me with that one. Guys, what's up? Favorite ice cream flavor? I like weird flavors. Uh, what's that keyboard's name? Okay, yeah. French vanilla. I like, in terms of vanilla flavors, I think vanilla bean is the best. Ube is just purple vanilla. At least in the States. Last word I joined is Kaze Mini. I love Ryan. I did not like Kaze Mini. Speaking of W1AT, I have about a dozen boards, most are gasket. Top hole is like in between gasket and top mount. Not as stiff as top mount, but not as soft as gasket. But also depends on which gyros you're using. You hate chocolate ice cream. No, it's not. Oh, the ube. Okay. I'm gonna be real with you guys. Sometimes I just like a good ice cream with sprinkles, rainbow sprinkles. Like a birthday cake. Like, yeah, sometimes I just like it. Like, rainbow sprinkle. Sorry. When I need an ube fix, you run to Trader Joe's. Nice. There's a few boards I got mostly because I wanted to support designer. Oh yeah. That's like the best feeling, right? When you're supporting your friend and it's a banger. I mean, of course, like, support your friends even if it's not a banger, but you know. But we don't tell them it's not a banger. We keep that detail out. Do you like sprinkles for texture or the flavor? The texture. I like... Yeah, I don't know. I like seeing the colors. I like seeing all the rainbows. I'm like... Pretty. I know. I hear you want to send me 3 of your keyboards and then I can do like a keyboard reading for you. That's gonna be my new side hustle. I'll do keyboard readings. We were talking about that earlier. I love you, homie. I'm happy to support you with this shit straight up. I would say that to certain people because certain people could handle it, but there's definitely others where I'd be like, good. I told my friend that is not it. What do you say? Oh no. I don't know. Some people, it's like you tell them what you really think, and they're like, do you even love me? Are you even my friend? I'm like, please don't think of it like that. I'm telling you because I am your friend. If I ever finish either of my designs, I ask you to build them. I will. If you ask me for my honest feedback, I will. I gave my honest feedback to the people who did that beefy fun keyboard, and they did not like that. Now I use this cereal marshmallows. I actually don't like marshmallow too much. I don't know why. There's this place called Jenny's, and they have pretty good ice cream. They have a good birthday cake. If you guys ever see a Jenny's by you, you should try their birthday cake. That's like my comfort flavor. Because it has rainbow sprinkles, it has chunks of cake, it's like vanilla ice cream. It looks really pretty. But here's the thing, is that I get very upset when I go to a place where it looks pretty but it tastes like ass. No. Like, I don't mind if it looks like ass but it tastes good, but if it looks pretty but it tastes bad, I get mad. Oh, you should try. Wait, have you had Jenny's before, Ness? Hello, Eisenheim. What is this O doing here? Oh, it's so good. The maid cafes. Oh, looks good. Oh yeah, I had one I tried them, but I don't remember the flavors, but I did go recently, and I just got my staples. That's different. My ears and my taste buds are different. Hello, Lord Saver. Server, sorry, Lord Saver. What's up? Hello. Do you see the new emotes? Or they're not new emotes, but they're Halloween emotes now. Oh yeah, I have a Smisky here and then 2 here. Yeah, if you're subscribed to me, all the emotes have been swapped. So now Halloween emotes. What? Buh? Oh, right here. Do you guys have a Van Leeuwen, Texas? No. I worked really hard on the Howdy one. Can you tell it's a zombie with one of its eyeballs falling out? Have you personally tried PCP Snap? What is that? I have not. Wait, did you ask me another question earlier? Did I answer it? I might have missed it. I'm sorry if I missed it. We have this local place called Lick here. Oh, I have seen this before, but I've never had it. Is it good? You like it? Okay, so we'll do the pour on gasket first. Whoops. Okay, next time I'll have to try it. Do they have those in San Diego? PCB Snap is like a replacement for O-Ring in O-Ring Mountain. Oh, no, I haven't. Which board uses that? If there's one in San Diego, I'll try to go. Vin. Vin. We need to put that on our list. No! Oh my god. You playing? Okay. I'll go by myself. Vin. What if I told you I'm saving the anime so we can watch it in person after TwitchCon? I had Earl Grey ice cream once. It stained my teeth and tongue for a day. Oh my gosh. Yeah, we should have. But you didn't say anything. Do you guys remember that game I played recently with the one like German scientist? Me and Connor have been saying that a lot. My god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Fun to say. Well, you know what? If as he was going, he would take me to ice cream. As he would do it. Where's my tweezers? My blind. That's not true. He drove me. He drove me everywhere. I don't know if it's a board. You found it from... Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, I haven't actually seen it. You said Gian designed it? Thomas seems like he would be a crazy driver. I will not name who it was, but I rode in someone's car. They drove in K-Town, and some person cut him off, and he basically like tailgated him and was like, "The fuck is your problem?" I started like cursing in Korean, and I was like, I want to get out of the car. The car. And he was like, "I'm sorry, Patty, what were you saying?" And I'm like, so scary. Let me out of the car. And then after that, I never wanted to ride with them again. I don't like to drive with scary people. Oh yeah, it's a different person. I will not say their name because I don't want them to be pissed off, but you drive a motorcycle? Do you know I have my motorcycle license too? Like I took a motorcycle class and I can operate a motorcycle. But I just never got a motorcycle because Connor was like, "You're not riding a motorcycle." Same with my parents. And then it got even worse when someone we knew passed away from a motorcycle accident. They were like, "Yeah, you're not riding a motorcycle. The most you get is like a little ass moped." Like what the I wanted one of those like vintage Honda ones. Let me see. Oh, dang. That's cute. I had a buddy scooter. One of the scariest experiences though is I was doing a pretty wide turn and the battery died on me as I was mid turn, so it lost the momentum like during the turn and I just like fell and I skid. Um Thankfully I was just in like just like in a back alley, not back alley, but I was in like a back street where there wasn't very much traffic, but I definitely remember like falling and skidding and like having the bike like fall from me or the scooter like go from me and then just kind of like laying there like ow, you know. And it was really funny because one of the neighbors like saw it and like came out was like, "Are you okay? Are you okay? Do you need me to call an ambulance?" I'm like, "I'm okay." I was like, "I'm okay. I'm just in pain." But it was definitely a little scary to ride on it for a little bit because I needed to basically fix that battery issue before I felt like comfortable riding it again because yeah, they're nice neighbors, yeah. Also going back to like the scary driver thing, sometimes when I'm riding in a car with someone and they do something really sketchy, I will close my eyes. I'm like, okay, go for it. I'm not looking. Do whatever sketchy shit you need to do. I'm closing my eyes. Sometimes it's scary, man. Good thing you're asleep when I do all the sketchy stuff. Yeah. I think that's just like a survival instinct of mine. Go to sleep, and hopefully you wake up there. Also, I'm surprised so many of you are still awake. What the heck? Are you guys night owls, or are you guys are overseas? Then I'm not surprised. Oxy, I'm not surprised, but I guess it is the weekend. I'm a night owl too. You know, time flies when you're having fun. I'm about to sleep again. Oh. I have chicha. Wait, do you follow me on Instagram? I posted a story like that. Okay, you ready? New pits, are you ready? That's me. That's me. It's really bad. Hey, you guys want to see my nephew? My sister says she's okay if I show you guys. He's very cute. We took him to a pumpkin patch. Let me find it. 11:45 a.m. or p.m.? You want to see him? He's very cute. Look, that's my sister's baby. He's dressed up as a pumpkin for the pumpkin patch. Yeah, right. I'll show you another picture I took of him. He was a prisoner in the playpen. He looks so... Oh, look at this picture I took. It looks like an album cover. He was being picked up. He's like, what the fuck? So cute. My dumbass really thought, wow, you look like your sister. Sometimes people say we don't look alike. But you know what? I don't know. Well, you've seen my sister, right? I took a picture with her recently. I feel like as we've gotten older, we look more alike, but... That's me and my sister. We're making the rings. I should tell my parents we need to take a family photo. An updated one. 2.5 years. I'm the older one. Wait, 11:45. Are you UK? So, I don't normally stream this late, but I am normally up this late, so... Did you know when I was in Australia, I actually had a normal sleep schedule? I did. I'm just gonna do the one playlist configuration and then call it. Or, well, we'll see. We'll see. This is playlist pour on. Alright, you guys, so this is playlist, this is the pour on gasket, and we have no foam. Hello, Tessa. Thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. Hi. Sorry, I was doing a sound test, but thank you. Can I get a shout out for Tessa, please? This is so rare. I feel like I always go to bed watching you, but this time I'm up really late. So, hello, readers. My name is Patricia. I build and review keyboards normally, and I also play a lot of games. Well, I actually stay up really late. I just don't normally stream this late. And the reason is because, like, I feel bad that I feel bad doing like super late build streams whenever most of my audience is like NA or US, but I figured this time I would do it OCE friendly stream, so yeah, I am normally up this late, just not normally streaming. I'm normally just like playing games on my own, right? So but welcome raiders. I hope you had a good stream. If you got a raid to run and sleep, thank you for stopping by. Otherwise, I'm gonna do one more build, one more configuration, and then we're gonna call it a night. You're playing Fortnite? Oh my gosh. I went to a Twitch community meetup today. That was really daunting. I don't know if you've ever gone to like Twitch meetups, but sometimes they're a little scary. And scary in the sense of like, I get nervous when I go to meetups. Ooh, what zombie game are you playing? Thank you for shouting us out. So Tessa, used to be into keyboards. Hey, stop. I'm not talking to you. Is your name Tessa? um, well, I think Tessa knew people in keyboards, but that's how I met her. And she's a variety game streamer, does stream pretty late, so if you're ever looking for somewhere to like chill out late at night, her streams are usually there. And she has a lot of cute animals. Yeah, sorry, it's my cat. So I have 3 cats, 1 dog. Yeah, no, keyboards is it's a very expensive hobby. You didn't go to the last Keep Life, right? I showed up late, so I'm pretty sure I didn't get to see everyone, but... Stop. Sometimes I feel like my cat is like a small toddler that I'm always arguing with. Toddler? Do you argue with toddlers? Small child. No. I was like 30 minutes. But the main events didn't start until like 7, so you just had like an hour to get there. The thing is like, I didn't really know anyone there, so I went, cause Kiwi asked if I was gonna go. There's a new zombie game that came out recently. It's still in early access, but you might like it with your community later on. Let me see if I can find the name. And it's cool because only 1 person needs the game. But it is in early access, so definitely give it a little bit to brew. Unless you're looking for something like brand new to play. Thanks for the follow, I appreciate it. Let me find it. Are you going to TwitchCon, Tessa? Okay, my Steam is updating. I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy. I've been grinding. It's pretty bad. Whisper Mountain Outbreak, yeah, it's that one. Yes. That one doesn't have too much stuff, yet. You could play like 2-ish hours, at least like a full playthrough. Maybe longer because you might die at first, but that one is a pretty interesting upcoming zombie game. Oh yeah, I like it. Okay, so you've already played it. Yeah, that's the one I would recommend for like zombie games. Yeah, only 1 person needs it, so... My partner and I are in game of importing them and their dog. Oh! Yeah, let's do it. We can collaborate. Oh yes, I've known Tess for a few years now. Sometimes I raid into her, especially when I do like late streams, but I think maybe this is the second time. I have been raided by Tess before, but I don't know if it was like this late. Oh yeah, add me. Do you have me on Steam? I have been gaming a lot, but oh shoot, I forgot to take these off. But I this is what I do for work, so it's kind of like, well, I need to do this build stream. So here I am. But I chugged a milk tea, some caffeine, so that's how I'm. Because normally build streams take a long time. Because as you can see, it's almost been like 6 hours, and I've been reviewing this board. But reviewing as in like building, rebuilding. But this is our last configuration, so you guys showed up at a good time. Usually, the people I raid this late at night are. There's usually not many people to raid this late at night. What am I saying? Sometimes roomies, sometimes like OC, so like John, but most people are asleep around this time. I've rated Battle Mullet, OC, so on par. Yeah. Oh god. He'll be on our time zone soon. Oh, you're coming over here? Heck. Okay. I gotta take this off. Okay. Oh! Oh! Actually, that makes a lot of sense now that I think about it. Oh! Which part of, what part are you coming over from? Oh, that's exciting! Everything is like clicking in my head now. I had to make sure F12. They allowed Bunny to be going to Australia. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's one of the biggest things. Like, I would love to live overseas, but taking all my animals apparently is like really hard, really time consuming. And you know, I would never leave my animals, so that is one thing that, you know, I've thought about like, oh man, if I ever want to go overseas, that's gonna be really hard, right? I would never leave my doggy. Yeah. Uh, this next configuration is the silicone gasket plateless. So there's no top mount because the top mount's on the plate and it's plateless, but he's importing his dog. It's too expensive for no reason. Yup. I have seen and read that. Ugh. And it's like, you're not gonna leave your dog though. Okay, one moment. Alright guys, so this is the plateless silicone gasket new foam. What the heck? Alright, what do you guys think? That was our last timing test. We did 8? Bruh. We did a lot. So if you guys have any questions about custom keyboards, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to explain it. But today we are building and reviewing this keyboard. This is going to be in group buy. Group buy, pre-order in the next 3-ish days now. But yeah. Of course. See you later, Tessa. Thanks for bringing your community here. I know I'm not gaming, but I do game when I'm not building keyboards. We've been playing Final Fantasy Tactics. Let's see. I have 30 hours logged. Buh. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Oh, thank you. I will see you around. Thanks for the raid. Alright, you guys. We've made it to the end of the stream. Let's talk about the board and then time for bed. Sophia locked it. Yeah, that's me too. That's me right now. Good night, Tessa. Okay, so today's board that we built was, or is, the Neo80 CU. This is an upcoming board from Neo or UK. This is the next of their CU line. So if you guys didn't know, Neo has like just their normal boards, but then they came out with a new line. So their CU or their copper, right? So the idea is that they've taken these like budget-friendly boards, they've added, you know, copper bottom or some kind of copper aspect to make it feel, I guess, more premium. It's a very heavy board. This is about 8 pounds unbuilt, right? Or for those who are like 8 pounds, it's like around 3.5 kilos. So it's like pretty heavy, right? Oops, what is this? Who is this? Okay. But yeah, it's a pretty hefty board. So the Neo80 CU, it is a TKL, so 10 keyless. Ugh. You're gonna have two layouts. You have Winky or Winkyless. This is going to be the Winky. As you can see, it's a F12 TKL. you do have this little nice LED badge, which I don't know if you guys saw, but instead of like the middle lighting up, it's actually the circular or the border. So it's almost like, here, I'll show you guys again. I also did a check if it's an indicator, but you can see, whoa, right? So you do have this like nice orbital RBG action going on. It's not an indicator here, but you do have like its own separate indicator right there, right? But you do have this. It looks really nice. And looking at the badge, you can see a few themes going on throughout this board. So the first is being like orbital, orbit, galaxy. There's also contrast of materials. So as you can see, this one, you have like the silver and then you have like the brass, but you know, it's a contrast in the different materials, and then you have the top case. So this is the Dusty Rose colorway, but there are, hold on, let me see. Let me pull up my handy dandy note. Caleb. I see you, girl. There's gonna be 9 different colors. There's black, slate blue, teal, jade, top gray, silver, Mont Blanc, dusty rose, and ruby rose. So I have the dusty rose, and I'll show you guys all the colors before I leave, but yeah. F12 TKL available in wing key and wing keyless with a little nice LED badge. Right, so here's the front. Here's the side profile, right? So this is really cool. Earlier, I was describing it kind of like as a clam or like a pistachio where, you know, it's like there's a groove right here. It's like slightly open, but you could see it's closed right here, but as it goes up, slightly opens, right? Hello, doing good. We're just finishing reviewing this board. But yeah, here's the side profile, and once again, you can see the contrast between the top and the bottom case. And here's the back. Sorry, it's like my fingerprints, but you do have different weight options. Here, it has the copper bottom, but you can pick between the weight you get. This one is the dusk weight. This is the PVD stainless steel. And then similar to what we saw on the top, here again you have like the orbital, and then you have the contrast between the copper, the top case, you know, and then the back weight. I did peel it, yeah, it's already been peeled. But one thing to note here is that the feet is designed a little differently. So you do have these square feet, but it's also like connected like that. Like they've cut out a groove. And here you can see it, it's more apparent here. You see how there's just like this contrast, right? So you have the nice smooth PVD, but then you have like this weight with like the copper and the brass, and then like the dots, which are, you know, the silver. So it's really cool, right? So this is the backside, and then you do have branding with the Neo right there. Here is the USB port side. So once again, with the contrast, you see the back weight, you see the copper middle piece, and then you see the little branding, little Neo branding right here, and then the top case. And then lastly, here is the front lip. Ooh. So for those who missed it, this board has 3 different mounting styles, right? So you have 2 variations of gasket mount. You have the pour-on, you have the silicone socks, and then the last mount would be top mount. And I will take this apart to show you guys. They'll have 4 different plate options, 3 different material options, but for the alu, you can either do flex cut or super flex cut, I'd say. But yeah, I like the super flex cut. I'll show you guys what it looks like. It looks really cool. But it is a screwless case design, meaning that there are no visible screws. They're going to be hidden all underneath keys. This board does support plateless, so the gasket tabs are on the PCB. You have 4 on the top, and then you have the 4 on the bottom. I mean, you have the 3 on the bottom. And then top mount is just going to be on the top case, but I want to take this apart and show you guys basically how it works. So one unique thing about this board is that the pour-on gaskets are not adhesive. So what they've done is you kind of friction fit it into the top and bottom case. I'll show you guys how that looks. So right now this is the silicone gasket, right? And these just go on like socks onto the PCB and you could remove them. There is no like real orientation, right? Tesseraid, hello! Yeah, we're doing cube stream. It's a very late cube stream. But yeah, so all the gasket tabs are going to be on the plate. So you have the silicone, which is going to be the harder duro, as you can see here. This just slides onto the PCB. But then you have pour-on, which is a little different. These friction fit onto the case on the top and bottom. But looking internally, it does use the pogo pin. And then they've added this new kind of like tag, like dog tag, where it just has like the spec of the boards. I don't know if that's for like identification purpose, but it is there. So as I was saying, they've made these gaskets, the pour-on gaskets, non-adhesive. So silicone, pour-on, right? And how this works is you can see these screws, right? And they have tiny walls to kind of keep it in place, right? So if you're someone who struggles to line up these pour-on gaskets, and then if you mess up and you're like, oh crap, I gotta take it off, you actually don't have to worry about that. Because the way that this is friction fitted, right, it does stay in place. And then there's also this like wall to keep it in place as well. I don't know if you guys can see it. But you can see, it's pretty sturdy. It'll stay in place, right? So you no longer have these adhesive pour-on gaskets. That being said, it is something that if you want to experiment with the different gaskets, you do have to take it or you do have to like take it out. So if you're someone who has, you know, finds this like a bit tedious to do every single time, unfortunately you do have to do that, right? But at least it's non-adhesive, so if you mess up, right, you can always just boop. But so you have it on the bottom plate. However, the top side, right, it's actually split in half. So I'll show you guys what that looks like. But that's why you have two different sizes. So you have this one for the bottom case, and then you have these mini ones for the top case. And it's the same concept that everything is just going to be friction fitted in. So you take this, you can see it has like the walls to keep it in, right here. So once again, I use tweezers. I felt like that was easier for me. But what you do is you just friction fit it in like that. And then same idea, you just take this friction in like that. So this is what it would look like, right? This is what it would look like. And then you can see pretty sturdy. But I'm a big newbie, I'm dumb. I did go to Cube Life. I brought the banana keyboard. I don't know if you saw the banana. That's the one I brought. Yeah. I brought the banana keyboard and the cat keyboard. The Alice with the cat ears. And I brought a Neo board to showcase as well. Yeah. I got there late, and the only table that was left was a front table because no one wanted to put it there. And the volunteers are like, XXW, put your boards right in front. I'm like, I don't want to. They're like, there's no room, you gotta put it in front. I'm like, oh. So sorry to actually meet you. Oh no, I was very late and I thought I only had an hour. I had 2 hours, but I only thought I had an hour. So I dashed to all the vendor tables. Like I dashed to Lat to get my artisan. I dashed to Osame to introduce myself. I went to Novel Keys to introduce myself. Like I literally did all business, and then like time was up and I was like, oh my god, I did it, you know. I like rapid fired, you know, all the like, hey, I'm Patricia, it's nice to meet you. I love to work with you, blah, 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 blah. And then like 4 o'clock hit. I was like, wow, people are still here. Dang. Until someone's like, what? Ends at like 5. It's like, oh. So then after that, I was kind of like, you know, I talk so much in such a short period of time. Like, I'm gonna go hide now. So, no, I was definitely on a mission when I got to Keep Life. We got stuck in like LA traffic, so but yes, I was there. I'm sorry I didn't get to meet you, but I hope you grabbed some stickers, hopefully. I put a lot out, the little doggy stickers. But yeah, so what was I saying? Um, yeah, that's like for the internals of the board. But we'll look at the product page and talk a little bit about the things that you're buying. Today I'm reviewing the Neo80 CU. Also, what the heck? You're up late. You went to Keep Life, which means you're California time. Oh my goodness. I'm not going to fully assemble this because I'm going to rebuild it, but one thing to note is that they use pogo pin for the main keyboard and also for the LED on this one, but it is connected via ribbon cable, right? Hot me. Okay, Oxy. I'm always up this late. Yeah, me too. That's why Oxy said pot me kettle. Okay. Okay, I'm almost done. We're gonna look at the Notion page. Or Notion page? Product page. Product page. Let's look at product page. I don't know if the Notion is like available. Because they sent it to me via email, which makes me think that I shouldn't. But anyways. So this is their product page. Okay. Kimmy always brings me in here. Oh, I see. We love Kim. Yes. Yeah. Everyone's like, what are you doing up this late? I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But yeah, so this board is live in about 4 days. Starting price, $210. So you have two layouts. You have the win key, you have the win keyless. You have the 9 different colors. So I have the Dusty Rose right here. You have the brass bottom or the copper bottom. So I have the copper bottom. The weights. So you have the 7 options. So brass weight, copper weight, machining, mirror, gunmetal, champagne, dusk. So this is the one I have. You have 4 PCB options. You have the solder, and you have the wired ONC. For tri-mode, you have 2 options. You have ONC or ISO. For plates, so you have plateless, alu, PP plate, carbon fiber plate, PEI plate, or the glossy chamfer alu. So basically imagine an over-the-top plate with like the planet engraved in it. It looks pretty sick. The chamfer I think is just bling bling, but this is what they mean by the chamfer. So right here. So basically what they've done is like the normal alu plate doesn't have this many flux cuts, but as you can see, they've made the springboard right here, like the spoink, and then they've also engraved, you know, the same planet. And then you see the chamfer, so it's like a shiny edge. So that is what they're referring to. Do I have any favorite colorways? Well, I wanted the jade or the teal Dusty Rose is actually my last pick. Thanks for the follow. Slate Blue is very interesting. But I do like the Dusty Rose, the teal, the jade. I think the Ruby Rose is a bit too saturated for me, but I did like the Dusty, so that's the one I got. What else? Choo 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 choo. The Neo80. So here they explain it. So you can pick between the full copper or brass bottom. Oh right. Oh right. Let me see. So Winkeyless, Dusty Rose, copper bottom, dust weight. I had the tri mode on C, and then I had. Okay, so my configuration is $290. Right. So that's the price of my starting configuration. Here's all the details. Choo, 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 choo. Oh yeah, so one thing I didn't know is that the screwless case design, they have integrated force brakes. So they have these like little pads on all the screw points. We did talk about this accent light. We did talk about the mounting. So you have the two gasket mounts, either Poron or silicone. The newest change is that the Poron gasket is not adhesive. They've also come out with a new plate material, PEI, which is kind of like, it's like PC, but they say it's like more sturdy. And then they also have the glossy chamfer. Here's like all the colors and real shots. Okay, so some things to note about this board. Yes. Something to note about this board. Very interesting. So first of all, deciding to go with two gasket options, right? So you either go for something that's going to be a lot softer or something like stiffer, but not stiff, like stiff and it's still gasket, right? So we did see a wide variance between if we like the Poron or the silicone. So it is something that I would recommend experimenting with. The non-adhesive I think is pretty nice, but if you're someone who tends to experiment, just be prepared. There's a lot of parts because this is like all the parts that you have to put in. Usually with like the pour-on gaskets, it has the adhesive, so you only have to install it once. But this one, you got to do it every single time. So definitely be prepared to invest some time, especially if you want to like swap it in and out. I think this board has really tied together all like the design aspects that they were looking for. I feel like I could definitely look at this board and be like, oh, it's a Neo board. I do think that the switches I used was not my favorite, so it's a little hard to like kind of gauge if I like the sound profile or not. There wasn't anything like glaringly bad. Oh, I will mention they have this interesting thing that I don't know if you guys have seen it. I personally have never seen it, but they have these silicone beans right here. So what this is like an alignment bean, right? So you can see the PCB right here has this cutout right here, and the silicone bean would go right here. It helps align it. So you can either put it here or in the case, you can see it actually has the groove, and you can put it here. This is for the pour-on gasket because it doesn't have anything really keeping it in place. Like it could shift so that your keycaps are slightly off, but you can use these alignment beans to help you kind of keep it in place. So you can see this is how it would look here. So you see how it's aligned, right? And so now this is going to be a little harder to shift. And the reason you have these alignment beans is because pour-on gasket, there's nothing keeping it in place, right? The silicone is a little different because these are like friction fitted and they're very tight, right? They're friction fitted into the case, so the likelihood of them shifting is a lot lower, whereas like the pour-on, as you can see, there's like a lot of space. And that's because the tabs, have to have some space for the silicone to like go over, right? So you do have these alignment beans. However, I don't know how much this will affect like the acoustics, right? Because now you're putting something here to kind of like, it's almost like not like a force break, but it does, help you align. And I'm not sure if it's something that you keep in or if it's something that you would remove later. But as you can see, it's kind of hard to remove. So I kind of think that if you want to keep it in, you can. But if you don't need it, then you don't need it. But like ouch! What? We'll be out. Be out. Cat. My cat just like um stop. What? What? No, no, no. God. Yeah, I'm getting attacked right now. You think I'm playing with them. But yeah, so they do have these beans that help you align it, but I I'd have to experiment some more whether or not it affects the sound. It almost seems like it would act as like a, not dampener, but it would maybe absorb some of it. I'd have to see. Ah! Ouch! Stop! It's okay! It's okay! It's okay! Be gone! Okay, they're gone. Sorry. She bit me! She bit me. Turd. I need to feed them after this, but I'm trying to finish it so they stop. Oh my god. Do you hear that? Oh my goodness. Okay, anyways. But yeah, you do have these alignment beans. So final thoughts. Final thoughts so I can go feed my cat. The board is solid. I think it's interesting that they decided to do two different types of gaskets, but they did offer a top mount as like a stark like contrast in case you don't like any of the gaskets. The board is very hefty. It's very heavy, right? And I know some of you will ask like, well, how are they making it so cheap? And it's like, or like, not as expensive. And I'm not sure. I'm guessing it's because they're factory, they make it in-house. But some people have asked like, is it real copper? Is it real brass? Is it like mix of something? And unfortunately, I don't know, right? I will say though, it is a very heavy board, and this is what they are calling like their more premium line. And people associate heavy boards is more premium, right? Oh, Wingnut, thank you for the sub. Hello. We're almost done with the board, but I will say design wise, like I think it's a very beautifully designed board, right? And I feel like I say this a lot, but sometimes it's hard to believe like they're selling it for the price point that they are. If you're looking for a very sturdy, heavy TKL that doesn't like quite break the bank, I'd say this is a very solid option. They are experimenting, I'd say, or they've figured out, like little things to change here and there, which is kind of nice because they are continuously trying new things, but still like keeping some of the old things there, like if you want. So I'd say the non-adhesive pouring gaskets is something new, and also these. So apparently these silicone beans aren't new, but I'm curious like if it would affect the sound, if anything, or like the typing feel. And I wonder if they actually truly need it or if it's supposed to be added. Like if this is like intended as part of the design or if it's just like there if you want it, right? But I will say the design of the board is really pretty, really on theme, very thematic. And they've always done a good job of kind of explaining like why they did the things that they did. Other than that, I will say I didn't like the switches, so sound wise it's like a little hard, but you guys get to hear it so you guys can kind of make like your own judgment. But yeah. Final thoughts. Would I get this? I'd say if you're looking for something very heavy, you like the TKL, you like the design, then I think out of their CU line, this one has been very solid. And I think you have quite a bit of options, so definitely like go through and see everything. Their new colorway would be Jade, um, Dusty Rose, Ruby Rose, Slate Blue, Top Gray. So they have a bunch of different colors now that they've added. So yeah. Yeah. I will have to rebuild it a little bit more with different switches to kind of give you guys my like final thoughts on like the sound, but sound is kind of subjective, or it's like based on your preference, so it's a little hard to judge it. But build quality, nothing like glaringly. I will say I don't like the PEI plate. Was not a fan. It sounds very plasticky. I think a lot of people in chat were saying that, and I agree. So if that's something you like, PEI, it's definitely there for you. But I would probably skip out on the PEI. And it looks like this. I was saying earlier, it looks like the like covers that Asian people will put on like their car floors or like their carpet so it doesn't get dirty, and then over time it becomes yellow. But that's kind of what it reminds me of, right? And also I can't comment on the flex cut, the really cool plate. So I don't know how much of that is for show or how much of that like actually affects it, but yeah. Yeah, that's the build. Thank you, Neo, for sending it out to me. I thought design-wise this was very pretty. And it's heavy. So if you like the theme, you like how heavy it is, you're okay with changing out all the gaskets, and it has the colors you like, then I'd say it is a pretty solid pickup. Nothing like, whoa, that's weird, right? Other than, I will say the one thing that threw me off is that this key is default FN. So if you're watching this and you're like, how the heck do I get my keyboard off and like change to wire mode? The FN key is right here. It's not right here. It's right here. Okay. Right here. But yeah. Yeah, that's the. Thanks for watching. Yeah, that's the bill. Oh my gosh, 6 hour stream. Well, it's closer to 5 because I did spend about an hour yapping. I might buy the teal even though I have way too many keywords. The teal is very nice. That's one of my picks. That's one of the ones I would pick. That's determination. Please feed kitties and sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna feed the cats. I'm gonna feed myself, and then I'm gonna play Final Fantasy until I pass out. So, yeah. All right, guys. I hate to just raid and run like that, but I've been here for a long time. Thank you, Vishnu. Thank you all for hanging out. You guys get some sleep. I'm not like tired in the sense of like, oh, I'm like tired in the sense of like, I went out, I did the build stream, and now I just need to like decompress, you know? So, I'm like mentally tired? Is that how you would say it? Physically, I'm okay for now. I thought about just saying like, I'm gonna do the build stream